Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It is Paranormal Friday in here tonight, guys. We're going to be looking into some paranormal, creepy, crawly, whatever you want to call it, type stuff. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a great evening and had an amazing day. It's great to be here with you all. Thank you so much for joining us. God bless each and every one of you guys and your families. And I hope you're all into some creepy crawly type stuff for tonight. Spooky. My two producers, Miss Andy and Molly, put together a little stuff. Guys, tonight we're looking into Reddit's paranormal experiences that have been posted there. Are they real or are they hoaxes? Curious. And we're also going to be opening up the phone lines to be taking live phone calls for personal experiences in regards to that type of stuff. I'm excited. I hope you are. All of you paranormal buffs out there, please share this out, guys. Anybody else that you think or know that would be into this type of stuff, bring them on over. Bring them on in. Make sure that they hit the like button just as much as you hit the like button so that we can get this stuff in that algorithm, make YouTube happy, and keep on coming back. So please, if we can, let's get this show on the horror road. Here we go. Oof, out the door. Yeah. Where'd it go? It's not working. Sorry. We're gonna do it right now. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Friday at the True Crime Cafe, where we take a little exit from what we do during the week and look into some weird, strange, creepy, out of the box, whatever you want to call it, paranormal stuff. It's all over the place when we do it. So,
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
there you go. Just in case anybody gets a little scared, I warned ya. So, 1 second. Where are we at here? Um, All right. All right. Come on in, everybody. Please share it out. Again, if you know anybody that might be interested in jumping in with this, bring them on, guys. Bring them on, please, if you will. Like I said, tonight we're looking into there's a lot of Reddit posts out there that are basically explaining paranormal experiences, hauntings, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. We're gonna look into that and try to decipher: is it real? Is it hoax? What do you think? What do I think? What do they think? What does he think? What do they think? I don't know. What does everybody think? Either way, it's taking a break from true crime, giving us a break from it, and giving us a little bit of time to separate ourselves from all the sadness and all the whatever that we look into. You know what I mean? So, congratulations, Miss Avery. Member for 2 whole months and sent gift memberships too. Bless it. Thank you so very much. I got a couple things to share out here. Let me look into who we got with us tonight so far. It looks like there's 20 peeps in here. And we got 30 likes. I don't know how that worked out, but okay. I'm not complaining. Let's see. Meta Mom Christy, welcome back. Of course, Miss Avery, Murder Candy Podcast in the house. Thank you for being here. My Doodlebug, what is going on? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Virginia Wolf, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Let's see here. 1 second, please. Also, it looks like Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house. Undead Ramen, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Mystic Butterfly, great to see you. Great to have you here. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. Meta Mom Christie, I think I said already, but hello again. I did. Andy Rose, one of my producers for this stuff tonight. Thank you for joining me tonight. This is my candy. I got you. Stephanie Blankenship, welcome. Good to have you back. Thank you for joining us. Lisa J, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Where are we at here? Where are we at? Contagious Leslie, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Miss Barbara, welcome. Great to have you here as always. So sorry about your day, but at the same time, I want to tell you happy birthday, Ms. Barbara. God bless. We are so super happy and so lucky to have you in this community and part of this family, and we do appreciate you so very much. So I hope you had the best day you could today, considering it was your birthday, and I hope you have an amazing year until your next birthday, and hopefully you'll be part of this community even then. And you know what that means. So I will be doing that here in just a second. Mystic Butterfly, I think I caught that. There's not many of you. And Steven's Adventure, welcome back. Get a look-see, hello. Thank you for that. BarQ, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Goes for all of you. KDS, hello and welcome. Good to have you here. Elizabeth Lander, welcome back to you. Book Princess, hello. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. All the meatballs in the house, thank you so much for jumping in the sauce with us tonight as we spill a little bit of that spooky sauce and talk about some paranormal, crazy, creepy things and see what comes out of that. Sherry Ann, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. I think I got everybody. If I didn't get you, I will catch up with you for sure. So backing up here a little bit, I hope I can find it. Good Lord, where'd it go? It looks like Murder Candy gifted 10 memberships. That is insane. Thank you so very much, Avery. God bless. It is so very much appreciated. It looks like Ramen was gifted. Nick was gifted. Little Miss Sunshine, thank you for joining us. Mama P. Hippie Soul 92 is Aaron. Nanny G. Crafty Mama 733. DD. Marie Davis. All of you, thank you so much for joining us first off and for being part of the sauce now. Welcome to the sauce. Welcome all you new meatballs. We have 11 new members as of tonight. Thank you so very much for that. Again, Avery, God bless. We do appreciate you so much. And of course, Miss Avery herself is now a meatball. Welcome, welcome. You are appreciated so very much. And everybody, please welcome all the new meatballs to the sauce with open arms like we do. And let everybody. Yes, that's why you're a meatball, Avery. Sorry. That's why everybody, or that's what we do here. Mr. Bobby, good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Great to see you, Miss Sherry. I think I got everybody so far. We got 32 of you in here now. We got some people out in the back watching, not in chat. Please hit that like button, if nothing else, if you will. I appreciate it so very much, so we can try to get this to an algorithm. And share this out if you know of anybody else that'd be interested. Thank you. Appreciate you guys so very much. Come on down. Let's see here. I'm gonna try this. I know she's not feeling very, very good, but Miss Andy's gonna be joining me. One of the producers that produces the paranormal side of things over here when we do this on Fridays. So thank you again to my producers, Molly and Andy, for doing what they do. Thank you to all of my blue crew for doing what you do. I could not, would not, nor should not, ever will I try to do this without you guys, because just couldn't do it. That's right. Avery says, share it to your mama, your daddy, your side chick, your cousin, your auntie's boo, whoever you want to share it to. Share it to the dog, the mailman, whatever. Not the side chick, right? I love it. You guys are a trip. Come on in, guys. I'm gonna give just a minute or two to get everybody settled in, see who else drops in. But while we're waiting on that, something that I need to do. Hopefully this will perk up your day a little bit. I hope. I know it probably won't do much, but maybe just a little bit. I hope, because you deserve it. I know it's been a rough day for you, Miss Barbara, considering it's your birthday, but we are here with you, and we're grateful and lucky to have you here with us, Miss Barbara, and we love you. We really do. So you are appreciated. 1 second here. Where did it go? There we go. Hold on a minute here. Miss Paula, hello. Welcome back to you. Kaylee, great to see you. I think I got everybody so far. And anybody else that's out there that's not in chat, thank you so very much for watching. We appreciate you so much. Just please remember to hit that like button, please, and share it out to anybody you think might be interested. Appreciate you guys so very much. First and foremost, and most importantly, though, Miss Barbara, this is for you from the whole community here. We love you. We appreciate you. And again, I hopefully that this may perk the rest of your night up just a little bit, if I can. Green Eyed PI, welcome to you. All of you guys, please make sure that you let Miss Barbara know to have a happy birthday if she can, and let her know that we support her. And we appreciate the day she was born, because otherwise she wouldn't be here. So we do appreciate that so very much. And this is for you.
Spent here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I am singing to you, and I hope you had fun. Happy birthday to you.
birthday.
All right, there you go again, Miss Barbara. Happy birthday to you. I know it wasn't a good day, like I said, but I hope that we can make it just a little bit brighter for you. Being here together with you and all of us, and just a little bit of joy coming your way from us. We love you. We really do. We appreciate you being in this community, and know that we're always here for you and always will be. Okay. So thank you again just for being you, Ms. Barbara. I hope you have the most amazing year you can to your next birthday so we can celebrate it again with you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you everyone for wishing her happy birthday. That's awesome. I love you guys. And yes, that I like that video because it has a little bit of the best talent musically out there.
I
Joey,
love that video. That's my favorite one. You've
it
got
is mine
some,
too.
you got Janice, you've got the
Everybody.
Beatles, you
Yep.
got Jimmy, you got Bob Dylan. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the Ramones. I love the Ramones. Hummingbird
yeah.
Mouse. Good to see you. I'm an old school skateboarder punk rocker, guys. I love the punk stuff. I do. The real initial punk stuff. Yeah, that video is probably one of the best birthday videos I've ever seen thus far. The way they put that whole
I
conglomerate
love
together.
that one.
And Miss Barbara, you even got a cake involved in it. It's the biggest cake you can get. So there you go. Yes, she is 41 years old, Avery. It's never late. You just come after everybody else, Hummingbird. I don't like that word. Nobody's ever late, and there's never a worry with it. So don't ever worry about it. Can we ask why you're zapped at 11:22 every night since it's freaking? I have no idea. I can't find it in my system, Elizabeth. I've looked for days. Nothing. I don't see what it is. I think it's a update of some sort, and it does that to me. And I don't know what the hell it's updating because I went into my updates and I don't see it listed there. I don't get it. One of these days I might figure it out. We'll see.
I don't know,
Mr.
but on Fridays it's a ghost.
Yeah. Mr. Steve, welcome, sir. Great show the other night. I got to join finally. And me and you must be twins, sir, because next to coffee, music is my next love. Of course, next to my amazingly beautiful wife and my family, but I love coffee. You can ask anybody in here. I would do anything for coffee, okay? But music is my next love. It absolutely is. For sure. Thank you for joining us tonight, Mr. Steve. I appreciate it. It's a little different. We're not doing the true crime thing on Fridays. We do Paranormal Friday, and we look into some paranormal stuff to kind of give everybody a little bit of a break from all the sadness and the drab, ongoing crime stuff that we look at all week long. So Fridays, take a break. You know, it's TGIF. Let's take a little break, step back from it, breathe, decompress, and that way we're ready for the next. So I work for coffee. I will do anything for coffee, to be honest with you. I love it. I do. I love it. My amazing community members have gone in and sent me bundles of coffee and creamer and all that fun stuff because they're amazing people, and I do appreciate it. I think I could live if I had coffee and water and my damn cigarettes that are about to be gone, guys, because I got my stuff to quit smoking. That's going to start. I think I could survive forever. That's all I need. So, Yep. Come on in, everybody. Green-eyed PI. Thank you so much for that super sticker. God bless. And I appreciate you. It's great to have you here tonight. Ro is in the house. Welcome back, Ro. Good to see you tonight. Again, guys, share this out to anybody you think might be interested, please. I think I hashtagged everything that you possibly can. So it should bring people that are interested in all those things, we'll say. Absolutely. You can, and you have the right to do that, Miss Barber, for as long as you want, however you want, whichever way you want to do it. You can be whatever you want to be, whenever you want. So, God bless. Rashid Jurgens, welcome to you. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. So, guys, tonight, for those of you that are just popping in or just popping out in the hallway there that are listening around the corner, we're looking in tonight to something a little different. We're going to check out, there's a lot of, my producers looked at Reddit stuff. Andy, do you want to explain it? This is one of my producers here, Andy, guys, and Molly's the other one.
We fell down a rabbit hole. There's a ton of subreddits that are all different kinds of paranormal stuff. There's ones for just ghosts, there's ones for just aliens and UFO sightings. There's all kinds. So yeah, we just kind of looked through them and pulled up some random videos, and I have not watched all of them all the way through yet. So we're going to be giving our reactions in real time to them and talking about if it's real or if we can debunk it, if it's a hoax, or how somebody could go about hoaxing them if that's the case, or if we're truly stumped and if it is actually a ghost or a demon or an alien.
And then within that too, I'm going to open up the phone lines and I'm going to give you guys the chance to call in and share your experiences if you should want to or do want to. And
you
tell
can
us all
also
about
email if you have any pictures or videos. You can also email those to Dago.
That would be great. I would love to show them if you want me to. And guys, just so you know, we are going to be starting a brand new channel. Me and my ghouls here, as they like to call themselves, my two producers. It's going to be called The Paranormal Experience with Dago and the Ghouls, which is a, version of girls. Little Miss Andy here, and these two in this picture. That's funny that she put them together in her own picture. That's awesome.
Yep.
The Andy Squatch and the
Molietti.
So that's what it's going to be all about. And guys, I'm going to have this channel set up before October, and we're going to be really playing on it for October because I love October. I love Halloween. I love the spooky stuff and all the creepy stuff. So we're going to have fun with it. So tune in and be ready.
Thinking about. Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm also thinking about this October. I might be going to one of my local areas that does a historic walking ghost tour, and I might film some of that to bring here.
Or maybe
to bring to the new channel.
Maybe you can just go live while you're there, and I'll stream it while you're live if you choose to.
I'll have to ask if they'll let me. I don't know if they'll let me because it is a paid ghost tour, but I will definitely ask.
And that is something else we're going to be doing as well, you guys, is if anybody is out anywhere where they would want to go, you want to go live yourself or do a live video, I will stream you live and we'll talk about it. I'm going to do, my wife and I years ago had started our own ghost hunting group because I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in anything unless you prove it to me. Well, she's different. We're the opposite. That's why we started it with a couple friends. I went online and took courses to become a paranormal investigator, all that fun stuff, so that I could do it the right way. And this house that we're in right now that I'm sitting in here talking to you is an old farmhouse. It was the second house on the road I live on nothing but farm property. Okay. The other house is right over here. It's about a mile up the road. These are the only two homes that were on this road ever. And they're old. And I mean old. Okay. I think this house was built in 1910. I think I'm going to double check that because I think I've told you guys before that number. The house that is down the road was built in 1901. So that is
wait. 1901 is old for you guys? That's adorable.
I'm just saying, like, where she lives up in the New England states. Their stuff.
We got houses in my town from the late 1600s.
Right. So, and that's something else we're going to be looking into as well, is because of where she lives at. I love the haunting factor for all the New England states, Massachusetts, New England, Connecticut, stuff like that. There's a lot of history up there, guys, that is very interesting. Salem. We're going to do a special on Salem as well. Something I'm looking for. There's a lot of stuff that's going to come out on this other channel, but for right now, we're doing it on Fridays in here, but it's going to focus on that over there, period. That's it. And I got two great people to do it for me with me. And I am excited about it. And last night, Miss Barbara, my internet went out because we had a really bad storm going here. So I'm sorry about that, you guys. I was going to tell you that too. My apologies. We ended too soon. I tried to get back in here. My internet did not come back on until sometime early this morning. So my apologies again. like I said, we're going to go into some of this stuff. We're going to look into some of this stuff. Then I'm going to open up our phone lines. If you want to call in and talk to me and Andy and give us your experience in real time, please feel free. If anybody would want to join us up here as well, possibly. Of course,
yeah.
I gotta do a little whatever, but we'll go ahead and bring that on too. We can have a conversation. That sounds great, Steve. I appreciate that, sir. And I appreciate you very much, guys. Please go check out Mr. Steve's channel, the True Crime Web, and please support the True Crime Web Foundation. This man is a very very good at what he does in the true crime world, and I have nothing but the utmost respect and adoration for him and everything he does with true crime. Okay, so please support that and the channel. Follow them. You will not be disappointed. That's all I can say. There's not much else I can put out there, guys. It's just it's one of the best channels out there when it comes to this stuff, especially with the experimentation that he does with everything. I love that. McKame Manor. Oh yeah, I heard that Russ got arrested. I covered something about him a couple years ago. He should have been arrested. And Jesus, that dude is a mess. McKame Manor. If you guys have ever watched that stuff, we'll check it out one of these days. It's insane. It really is.
That's not even. It shouldn't have even qualified as an extreme haunt. Like, I get extreme haunts where people are allowed to like grab you, but this guy was literally just torturing people. You had to sign a waiver saying that you were okay with being SA'd, you were okay with having your teeth ripped out, your nails ripped out, your hair shaved, like all these things. It was people signing up to be tortured.
100%. And my understanding is that he has actually tried to kill his wife 2 or 3 times now. And
yeah, that's what he was arrested for this time, was assaulting his wife, and he tried to strangle her.
The man is insane. You guys won't. Maybe I'll show you a clip of it by the end of the night, just to give you a glimpse into what McKame Manor is. And then we'll do a whole show on it because it's a disaster, complete disaster. And this man should have been in prison decades ago, in my opinion, because he's insane. I'm sorry. There is no extreme to this.
It's not a haunt. It's a torture chamber.
Yeah, it is. Bring me a bag of dog food so I can try to kill you. That's basically what this is. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's
and if you can deal with the torture for 18 hours straight, then maybe I'll give you 10 grand. Maybe. But nobody ever lasts that long.
Nobody ever lasts that long because of the thing. I mean, it made me uncomfortable and caused my anxiety and my PTSD to go through the roof watching the beginning of what I watched with this. It's just so distorted and so demented. The man's mind, he scares the hell out of me, truly, that he's out.
He waterboards people. He will waterboard people and stick them with needles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how was that? Oh, like, how was that legal? He thinks it was okay because they signed a waiver.
Right. Okay. Well, here it is, Avery. How do you try and kill someone? You either do or you don't, because he takes it to that edge, like right to the edge, and then backs up, and then right to that edge, and then backs up, and then right to that edge and backs up. Typically, most people walk away before that, or and even when they don't want you to do it, or when the people don't want you to do what you're doing, he still pushes it even a little bit further. That's
another thing is, a lot of these extreme haunts, all of them except for this one, they have a safe word. You can tap out at any minute. And Russ was doing this to get content and was live streaming it all. And these people would be screaming the safe word, and he'd be like, "No, not yet. Haha, you're still here. I'm still going to keep doing this."
The guy, he's a sadist. He's a masochist. He's a pervert,
psychopath.
He's everything bad that you can think of in a human being, and he's got bad teeth too. Put that all in the blender and hit the button, folks. I'm just telling you, he's a mess. I would love to be.
He's just creepy. Everything about him is just so creepy.
Everything, yeah. When you look at this guy, first time I saw him, I told my wife when we were watching this, I was like, something's off with this dude. Okay, there is something.
I'd be running away screaming.
Off. Yeah.
Nah.
And the way he picks you up. The way when he first started this, and he tried to build another one, a bigger one somewhere else, and they said, "No way, you're gone."
Yeah, he started off in San Diego, and then he went to Tennessee. And
of course,
I believe he wanted to in Kentucky as well, but that didn't work out.
That Kentucky.
I wonder why.
Yeah, no. It's called McKame Manor. It's not It was listed. See, I love Halloween. I told you guys. I follow something called the Grim. Oh my God, I can never remember the second half of this. The Grim something, but his name is Michael, and him and his ghoul friend, he calls her. He goes around. His name Avery is Russ McKame, McKamey. It's not the Grim Experience. It's the Grim something. The Grim Collective. There we go. He goes around and he looks around around Halloween, and he goes and checks out haunted houses, real haunted places, cemeteries, different things like that. It's really cool to watch, you know. I started watching him, and he showed something about. He didn't go there, but he showed McKame Manor, and I was like, "What is this?" So I clicked on the link in the thing, and I went and I started watching this, and I was like, I sat staring for a good hour and a half. Like, how is this even legal? And people that worked for this guy, used to work for this guy, came out, and they were scared to come out. And they said to other people, like, this guy ain't what he says he is. He's doing some other things that he ain't supposed to be doing, blah, blah, blah. And a couple of them had threats to their lives and things like, I mean, it's insane. He took some power that he got by jumping through little loopholes, and carried it to that, like I said to Avery, carried it to that edge. And now he's just teetering on that edge. But I'm hoping that at some point this is going to lock him up and he's going to be done. That's my hope, because this guy scares the shit out of me. And anybody that goes there, don't do it, guys. Do not do it. I don't care how tough you think you are. I don't care how interested in the extreme you think you are. It is not worth it. There are people that are permanently emotionally damaged from this guy. Some couple people have had some physical issues because of this stuff. I mean, it's just not worth it, you guys. It's ridiculous. So
It's people get like spinal cord injuries and stuff from him.
Yeah.
He's ripped people's teeth out. Like, yeah, there's just something wrong with that man.
There is no YOLO with this one, Avery. That if you want that kind of stuff, you could do what he does to you to yourself. Okay, I'm just telling you. It's disgusting, the shit that he does. Yeah, like she said, he's pulled people's teeth out. No painkillers, no nothing. He just grabs.
There's definitely a fetish aspect to it as well.
Yeah, he gets off on this. He literally.
Yeah.
I was watching one of the documentary videos because they did a couple docs on this, and he was watching his own videos of the people going through there, and they turned the camera to him, and the look on his face. This guy was liking this way too much. That's all I gotta say. Is it in Tennessee still?
Yes.
McKame Manor, yes. Now there's something else with Tennessee. It's crazy. Smart One Online, welcome. Good to have you here. Oh my wow. It is real. Yes, it is real. And the way they do it is you meet them at a spot. He wants you to bring dog food because he has dogs, okay? And that's how you pay. You pay with a bag or cans of dog food or whatever. And they meet you. The one time I saw it, they met at like this guardrail area that's away from the manor. They throw a bag or a blindfold over your head, throw you in the back of a van, drive you there, and then they take you inside and they run you through all these things. And when you fill out the form for this, they make you write down what your biggest fears are, and they use it against you.
Well, he also, when you apply, he'll start doing like video calls and like long phone calls with you for a long time before you're approved to go down there. And that's where he manipulates you. He figures out what you fear the most and how to use it against you. And then he also seems to really enjoy like a humiliation aspect to it. Like he makes the people show up in onesies. He'll make you shave your head. There's just, it's a lot.
They do a lot. They do a lot.
There was one person who had been a recovering addict, and because of that, he put a bunch of needles in her.
And told her
just stabbing her with hypodermic needles.
And told her while they're doing it, they're saying things like, "This is heroin, this is that, this is that," and it's like it's a mental thing that gets into their heads. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's insane. This is what he looks like. Just so you guys know, this is him. the creep that he is. Big old creep.
I wouldn't
And
even want to be in the same state as that dude. He creeps
this
me
is
out.
one of the people after one of the experiences there. I mean, look, blood, and they dump pig's blood all over you. They do think. I mean, it is disgusting, you guys. It's insane.
There's a lot of water torture too,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they don't clean the water. So the water that they're torturing you with, that they're pushing you under and dumping on you, has urine, feces, vomit,
Toilet water,
blood.
everything. Yes,
Yeah,
it is disgusting. No,
yeah.
not yet, sus, but he's getting there.
That is not a haunt at all. I don't care how extreme people want to claim different haunts are. That's not a haunt. That is a torture chamber.
You know, Alicia, I've asked that same question to my wife when we were watching. I said, I wonder, because he claimed it was pig's blood one time, and one time it was cow's blood or whatever. But I had to wonder. You saw that face. You saw that face. Okay, I'm just saying. So yeah, he's a creeper, folks. He really is. Bobby's in the house. Yes, good to see you. But yeah, don't ever. I'm begging you. I care about you guys. Don't do it. Like some
He's a
people
psychopath who's managed to find a legal loophole to torture people.
He's a psycho, socio, every
Yeah.
path, any path you couldn't be. This dude, if in my opinion, if he could, or this is how he, how can I put this? I think this man right here found a loophole to be as close to being a serial multitude of things that he can without going to jail. Okay. So it's crazy. It is crazy. No. And God forbid he were to find out that you had a traumatic experience, if you were ever kidnapped or tortured or anything like that. Oh my God. You're like number one on the list. You'll go through first before anybody, because that's what he gets off on, guys. It's sick.
And allegedly he does like to essay women who are victims of that in their past during their haunted experience. So yeah, tell me how that's haunting. How is that a haunted house experience when you're being assaulted?
Avery, there's no intrigue about this at all. This man is a piece of shit. Okay.
The monster.
He wants to hurt people. He wants to cause trauma to people, and that's what it's all about.
He's admitted that he enjoys the psychological trauma and torturing people.
Right. And
like,
you know what
it's all about?
That's the same question I asked myself the first time I heard about this, which is crazier. One who does torture by consent, or those who wish to be tortured. Thank you. That's a psychological. My wife's got 2 degrees in psychology, and I even asked her, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with anybody that they would want to do something like this, right?
It's an extreme form of exposure therapy where a lot of these people have been through horrific experiences, and they think that if they go into this, they can re-experience it in a way where they have a little bit more control. And then they're finding out that they really don't have any control, but they're thinking that it's like an extreme exposure therapy because, like I said, Russ talks to these people for months leading up to when they meet. So by the time they get there, they feel like he's a friend. He's manipulated them into believing like, oh, well, he's not actually going to like kill me. This is just going to be fun content for his channel, and maybe I'll win some money. But nobody ever gets the money. And he decides when you're done. And he only stops when you're at the brink where he's worried that you could die because of what he's done to you. There's a lot of people that he's just dropped off at hospitals when he's done.
Right.
Like he'll just drop you at an ER and be like, all right, bye. That was fun.
Thanks for playing. That's how he is. Yeah. He's insane. Yeah. I mean, it's a mess. Welcome, Norma. Good to have you.
And that's not even the stuff that he was arrested for. The stuff that he was arrested for was abuse against his wife.
Like, and literal, like, attempted murder twice. Twice. And they're talking about a third time possibly too. So yeah, I mean, take it for what it is. We're gonna look at it one day, guys. I'll show you the whole kit and caboodle on it because it's crazy shit. Norma, what did you say now? They're bashing who? They're bashing Chris. Who is? Again? I thought they were past all that stuff. My God. Don't leave, guys. Stick with me, okay? We can always look at it later, I promise, if you really need to. Who's doing that, though, Norma? because of the psychological aspect. Yeah, and I get it. I do, met a mom. My wife said the same thing when I asked her. She said there are some people that in their minds they want to know what it's like, but not quite all the way there, and it's just
Well,
a thing.
you get
Extremists.
some people, yeah, you get some people who are like, could I survive being kidnapped and tortured? Or like, how
Yes,
long could
yes.
I survive that? And then there are people, and like I said, like the extreme exposure therapy, and it is cheaper than an actual therapist because this douchebag only requires you to bring him a bag of dog food. He's not doing it to make money. He's doing it because he likes to hurt people.
Hmm. That's really all it is in a nutshell. He wants to hurt somebody. He wants to. He gets off on this, and it was an interview they did. I think they even talked to his wife, where she said that every time he runs one of these and runs somebody through, he's very how can I put this? He's in a good mood, and he's very sexually turned on. At one of the interviews, she said, I'm like, oh, this dude is just sick. You know what I mean? Completely twisted. Yes.
There is definitely a fetish aspect to it. And there's also allegations of him being inappropriate around children and
Yes.
making nasty comments
Yep.
about children and
Yep.
like hanging out at playgrounds and watching them or watching them in stores and stuff like that. So it's gross. He's just an all-around horrible person. And I
100.
wouldn't be surprised if someday we find out he actually has killed people and just got away with it. It would not surprise me at all.
I've actually wondered that myself, to be honest with you, if there's something he's done that just ain't out there yet. You know what I'm
I'm just
saying?
saying it would be very interesting to have somebody go over his properties with ground penetrating radar. I'll just say that.
I agree. I I do agree. Steve says my partner worked a case of a man. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Mr. Steve is ex law enforcement, guys. I don't think you're not still. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I just don't want to misspeak, but yeah, definitely law enforcement. For those of you that so you'll understand who he is and why. It worked. He refused to identify why or who and when they released from it. Jesus, that's insane. That's sad. I thought it was retired. I wasn't sure. I just didn't want to misspeak, sir. Tonight is Paranormal Friday, Miss Norma, and we're looking into paranormal Reddit posts. And we're going to look through it, talk about it, and see can we differentiate if it's real or if it's hoax. And then I'm going to open up the phone lines to do a live call-in show and let people voice their experiences if they choose to. And or, one or two here or there. If you don't want to call in, I can bring you up here with me and Andy. Tell your
And
story
if you
about
have pictures
Area.
or videos, you can email them to Dago if one of the
Please
mods
do.
wants to drop his email address.
Yes, please do. If you have any pictures, videos, anything like that, send
Yes,
me an
always
email. I
down,
will definitely show it. I love that stuff. I do.
always down to review stuff.
And I even love to look at those. People send me that stuff because of being paranormal investigator and all that to debunk it or to look at what I think. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I got the hiccups again.
I love debunking. I love bringing
And
like
analyze.
reviewing. Yeah, I love going over paranormal stuff, but bringing our true crime brains into it, like just the way that we think because we're so into true crime, we want all the details, we want to figure out exactly how things can be done. It's just fun to bring that aspect into it and to analyze these videos because a lot of paranormal stuff you find online is fake. So it's fun to like
Quite a bit
try
of
to
it. Yes.
debunk it.
Yes.
Like some of it is intentional hoaxes, some of it is stuff that's explainable, like that's not an orb, that's dust, stuff like that. So it's just fun to, you get a lot of channels that just say that everything is a demon or everything is a ghost. And then you get some channels that just say that everything's fake and none of it's real. So I like kind of being in between where we can debunk things, but also try to figure out every possible way something could have been faked. And if we still come up with nothing, then
And
maybe it was real.
some of these things, we were just talking about this earlier in our little meeting. Some of these things can't be debunked, and that's where it gets weird. Okay, so it's quite interesting to see it. I'm gonna show you a little bit of that too. So Mr. Brian, welcome. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. Again, anybody that just popped in, guys, it is Miss Barbara's birthday today. If you would please wish her a happy birthday. She had a little bit of a rough day today, and any happiness we can send her way would absolutely be appreciated. So please do that if you will. Check out my Spirit Man, Shadow Person, Ghost. It's on my page, but I can send it. Yeah, please do. Send it here. Send it over here. And I want to look at it for real.
Yeah.
Brian. Always good to see you, buddy. So we got 43 of you guys in here. Please make sure you're hitting that like button so that we can get this up in that algorithm, make YouTube happy, and get it rolling, folks. So let me see here. Give me 1 minute to set this little thing up and we'll get started with some of this stuff. I am going to have to take off for 1 second, Andy. If you, I will, Leslie, thank you. Thank you, Brian, very much for that super chat. And it says, "Boo, you scared me, Brian." It's great to have you here, Brian. We love you. Thank you, Glitter. Welcome, Glitter. Good to see you. Happy birthday to Miss Barbara. I need to take off just for 1 second. Well, it's going to be more than a second. I just need to go to Little Boy's room. I'll be right back, okay? Talk to them about whatever you like, dear. If you don't mind. I will be right back.
Oh, Dago's gonna go poop.
Only one time a day, and it's not at night. I'll tell you that much.
You see the way we are in Discord. We're always having fart wars and throwing poo on each other. So what's everybody up to tonight? A Gatorade bottle like a real streamer. I thought they used Mountain Dew bottles. It's usually the Mountain Dew bottle. Yes, there's a Discord for members. You can email Brandy and she will give you the link to it. I don't know her email off the top of my head, but I'm sure one of the mods could post it.
All right, I'm back. You talking about
Mountain Dew is a crime against humanity.
It is mom of three, Miss Sherry. Which one is it? 305 or 350 at AOL.com. Be right back.
So yeah, you can just email Brandy and let her know what your name on YouTube is, and she will send you the link, and you can join the members Discord where we have fart wars and throw poo at each other. And Molly is always posting cat videos. It's a lot of fun. Cat videos are the best. They are pretty great. We have all the cat videos and GIFs and all kinds of fun stuff. Get a catheter. Oh my God, no, that would be awful. I have known of people who would stream all day and they literally would just have like a jug to pee in. It's gross. Yes, AOL still exists. I actually am still using the email address that I made when I was in college for AOL Instant Messenger. So my email address is still aim@aim.com. And yeah, if you email Brandy, just give her some time to be able to get back to you. She probably will not answer immediately, but she will. You just need to make sure that you let her know what your name is here. And she'll send you the link. So how many of you guys have had your own paranormal experiences? Are you a skeptic, a believer? Oh yeah, the AOL CDs at Walmart, or they'd actually they would send them in the mail too. We would always get them in the mail. Oh, there's Brandy. Doodle is a skeptic.
Okay, I are here. Sorry, my wife and I just had a conversation about Mr. Russ.
Oh,
She heard me talking about it. I'm a skeptic too. Skepticism.
I'm a skeptical believer. I'm not the type of person to automatically jump to everything being paranormal, but I also do have a very like spiritual side of me, I
Mm-hmm.
guess. Um, so yeah, I definitely believe that these things exist. I just want the proof.
That's awesome, Sus. I'm excited. I want to take a look at it for sure. We're also going to be looking into. There's going to be a lot of things that are coming out with the other channel. A lot, big stuff, bigger stuff than what we're doing here. So it's going to be series of things, and plan is to go state to state to state to state, looking at different scenarios in different states and things like that, including here. I'm going to do a live ghost hunt with you guys from this home, as I sit here. And yes,
That'll be fun. We can all watch and like keep an eye out for things that you might miss.
right. That's exactly it too. Molly does that already, but yes, yes, Norma, that is it. And thank you. By the way, thank you to anybody that has donated, or is donating today to the cash links. God bless. I appreciate you, bear guys, very much for that. Thank you again to everybody that helped. My whole family, you guys are amazing. Anything now is going to go to what we have to replace because of that. So thank you guys so very much to pay these bills so I can keep doing this. Basically, I've never, Miss Vicky, hello. I've never encountered a paranormal experience. Only people that have been demon possessed. Just saying. I think we've all encountered at least one person. Yes.
Were they YouTubers? Because I think some of these YouTubers might be possessed.
Yes. 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 Exactly.
Need some holy water to watch some of these people.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, we'll take a look at that for sure, Sus. We're definitely going to be looking into Native American hauntings and Native American spirituality
Legends,
and stuff like
lore.
that. There's a lot of it, guys. Just right here in Ohio, where I'm from, we have tons of it. Ohio itself is named after Native American heritage, and there's so much of it in this area, guys. The whole Northeast is covered. Michigan, Indiana, all of it, and all the names, so lots of cool stuff within there too. And of course, we have some professionals in here. Miss Sherry is Native 100%, and she knows a lot of stuff too, so it'll be cool. Yes, it is mental, and a lot of it is, guys. A lot of it's in your head. A lot of that's part of the debunking process that I've noticed, that our minds are such a magnificent thing that we can make ourselves believe something very easily.
Well, there's also the phenomena where your brain, just the human brain, automatically wants to see faces and things.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then there's also our brains want to hear words in white noise. Like if somebody just has nothing going on in their house except for a fan or something, you might think that you're hearing somebody talking and there's no one there. So
Yeah, our minds will make us believe things and feel things that just it's all mental. A lot of it is in a lot of senses. So absolutely. Now, like I said, that's the interesting part to me because anything that we cannot debunk, give a logical reason, a scientific explanation to immediately, and when I say immediately, I mean immediate, catches my attention for that reason alone. Okay. If there is no logical answer, there's no scientific base to something. Whoa. That's all I can say. So, oh, yeah, 100%. This is Miss Andy, Mr. Brian. She's my parent, one of my paranormal producers.
Hello.
I know what I saw, but I can't understand the reason it was there. See, there's a lot of that goes on, Steve. There really is. Don't feel like you're by yourself. I've had a couple experiences that I will never be able to explain. So, in turn, it is what it is. Oh, okay, Norma. Wait, do I have? Sorry, guys. We're about to get this rolling, guys. I was just kind of giving a little time for everybody to talk a little and bring
Just
y'all
chit
in.
chatting.
Talk about the stuffs. Part of what it's all about. Her name is Miss Andy. Brian, she's a producer. She helps to produce the paranormal content that we put out, as does Molly. And you know who Molly is. Okay, for anybody that emailed Miss Brandy for the Discord link, check your emails. You should have a link to jump in there now. You ain't lying, Miss Barbara. It sure as hell is. Hello, Miss Cassie. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, hold on a minute, guys. I gotta grab my phone real.
Well, see, the fun thing, Brian, is where we like to debunk a lot of the stuff too. And I know some people really enjoy just watching videos and assuming that everything was paranormal. But we do try to explain how things could have been faked intentionally or see what logical explanations there are for things. And once we go over all of those things and cannot figure out what was going on, then maybe it was paranormal.
Very, very true. Very possible, yes.
They were definitely not the types to just jump in and say, "Oh, it was a ghost." Everything's a demon. No, not doing
I
that.
did, Miss Norma. Thank you so much, and God bless. I appreciate you so very much. I do. Thank you, thank you. I did receive it. So yes, you guys are amazing. I love you guys, seriously. Strange you mentioned Native American as my experience involved. Interesting. Oh God, I can't wait to hear this one. We will talk about this soon, sir. Oh, cute. This is nonsense. Oh, okay, Brian. Whatever you say, but thank you for the $2, sir. I
Thanks for
appreciate
hanging out with us, though, even if you're just laughing at us.
Yes, Brian. Brian's fun. Be nice. Be nice to. Hey, Ray, welcome. Ray Baltic in the house. Miss Genealogy, Miss Cynthia, welcome. Scare me to sleep Friday. I love that. I love it. Love it. Love it. That's great. But yeah, guys, the other channel is going to be popping up soon. It's going to be called The Paranormal Experience with Dago and the Ghouls. So I hope you guys are interested. I hope you'll subscribe when we put it together, and I hope to see you there when we do it. So
I'm just thinking of what kind of fun merch Doodle's going to come up with.
Butterfly 71. Hello, hello.
Hello, Butterfly.
I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for joining us. Where are we at here? All right, so let's get the show on the road. I think, unless you guys still want to be talking. Let's go. And again, if nobody has subscribed yet, please do. Especially if you like what we do here and you like being here, either whether it's this or the true crime stuff, please hit the subscribe button, share it out to other people you think might like what we do and would want to be part of the community. We definitely appreciate that, and we have plenty of room, so please do that if you will. Sorry. Moving forward. So, should we just go with this first link that you sent me, Andy, or do you have something else you want to start off with?
There's a lot of them that I sent you, so you can just
Well, we
pick
got
at
the.
random.
I'm gonna go into through this one. Let's see what this is here. No, so this first thing here, it's called possible light anomaly. This is via Reddit stuff, and it's from a ring cam. Now, here's the thing, guys. As we look at certain things, one of my favorite scenarios is through ring cams. They're kind of hard to fake. Captain Jenks in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. I have a. Do you believe in reincarnation? Ray says. I don't know if I do or if I don't.
I do.
And that's quite all right, guys. And that's one thing. Please, one thing I'm going to ask in here, just as we do with everything else, please respect each other's feelings and opinions on different things. That's all I ask. I know you will, but I like to say it.
We don't need to get into like religious debates or anything like that. No.
I don't do all that, though. But
and it's okay if you don't believe in reincarnation, or if you do. I do. I'm not going to judge people who don't. We all have our own beliefs.
That's right. That's right. 100%. So this first thing we're looking at, I want to be reincarnated into a bird to poop on people.
That would be pretty great. I would love to be reincarnated into like one of those little tiny yappy dogs, because people just spoil the hell out of them.
I would like to be a dog too, I think.
Yeah. Let me come back as a Pomeranian.
There you go. There you go. Yep. Right.
Just be pampered all day. Just brush my hair all day.
Lay around, eat, lick yourself, all that fun stuff, drink water.
Yeah. It would be great.
There you go, Captain Jenks. I want to be invincible. There you go, Barbara. There you go. I would like to come back as someone else. I think, well, that's the whole point, Miss Brandy. But I get it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice that. Sus, hold on. I'll check for you, dear. So this first thing is called possible light anomaly. It's done with a ring camera, which I love ring cameras, like I said, because it's very hard to fake some of that stuff. Most ring cameras or cameras that are like that I've seen, it's a lot of them seem very realistic to me. I'll just put it that way. So hold on here.
Keeping that in mind, though, there are a lot of them where we will be able to say, like, oh, that's just moisture in the air, or that was a bug, that was a spider web.
And that's the thing. A lot of the stuff I learned when I did these classes, I do that a lot because it's just a lot of it's common sense stuff.
And that's why I didn't watch the videos all the way through before sending them too, because I wanted to be able to get like real-time reactions from both of us.
Yeah.
Discuss
electromagnetic
theories.
energy. Magnetic energy is a lot of what causes a lot of paranormal experiences for people, because of that in itself. You know, everything's made out of energy. Everything's based on energy, okay, of multiple different forms. But a lot of times people have experienced certain things. It did, Sus, and thank you so very much, dear. I appreciate you. A lot of people have experienced what they would consider a paranormal experience in an area that has a lot of like, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Why is that door open? I'll be right back. A lot of like magnetic, like how can I explain this? There's been
so there's some areas that naturally have an electromagnetic field, and it could be because of the minerals that are under the ground there. There's theories about ley lines. Some different minerals are conductors of energy. So you might get areas, you could be in the middle of the woods and your compass starts going crazy. And that's because there's iron. And there could also be EMF, you know, the electromagnetic fields are amplified in those areas. Now, there are some people who are very sensitive to electromagnetic fields. So if you're in an area, and you could even be having a lot of paranormal, what you think are paranormal experiences, just because you live next to
a power
phone
plant
lines where there's a transformer. if you're that sensitive to it. And high electromagnetic fields, if you're exposed to them for long periods of time, can cause physical illness. They can cause mental health issues. They can cause hallucinations.
Power lines,
So
especially. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's very interesting that, there are things, electromagnetic fields that are around things like power lines, but it's also naturally in some areas just because of the mineral deposits and everything's in the ground.
Mm.
And also if there's like running water and things like that, that can also amplify them. And some people do have
We did
uh, a very, they're very sensitive to those fields
which is
and
that's my wife. Yeah. We did a
can
ghost
feel it
hunt
physically.
at an old abandoned hospital that it was abandoned, but there was a lot of stuff still left in it. Okay. And a lot of their like machinery, MRI machines and CAT scan machines and stuff like that, a lot of stuff was still there. And like there was a lot of what do I call amateur ghost hunters per se going through there saying this is happening, that's happening, showing videos of this and that and everything else. Well, an MRI machine is a giant magnet, folks. Imagine what can happen when you have that there in that sense. Okay. So a lot of the stuff that goes on in hospitals is based on stuff like that, and different things that have things like that in factories or buildings that have stuff like that in them is based on stuff like that. So it does happen.
Well, there's also a lot of trauma in a
Yeah,
lot of
oh
those
yeah,
places. You have the hospitals, obviously. There's a lot of people coming in from, car wrecks and a lot of people passing away. And then you have a lot of the old, like we have a ton of old factories and mills and everything around here that have been converted into apartments and condos, and everybody says they're all haunted. Well, you go back to, you know, 1920s ish, in these factories, they had really awful, if any, labor laws. You had children working in there. It was very dangerous. There were constant fires, people getting caught in
right.
machinery, limbs getting ripped off, a lot of trauma. So, a lot of these old buildings, these old factories, the hospitals, there's a lot of trauma that happened in these places, and that also can contribute to the activity.
Absolutely. And yeah, I've heard that before, mystery from other people that have zero metal in their body for any reason. And that just gives you, depending on how strong the energy is, it'll give you those weird feelings, nausea headaches, all sorts of different things that are linked to paranormal experiences sometimes. So yes. No, you're okay, Ray. They're no. You're absolutely fine with what you said. Do not worry about that. I remember that too, Sherry. And that's something else is when like the planetary alignments and stuff like that, the draw of gravitational pull and the energy pull and stuff like that causes weird things. Solar flares, we know that causes strange scenarios. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of that stuff is based on things like that. And everybody immediately says it's a ghost.
Well,
Come
a
on
lot
now.
of people think that stuff about the planets is BS too, but you have to realize that, like, yeah, these other planets are so far away, but they could be influencing things, and the
Right.
moon is what controls our tides.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
like,
That's
it
very true.
everything, yeah, like everything is connected, and yeah.
Yes. And that's a logical explanation to things, guys, is that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So do any of you remember being so excited? Yes. Yes. I think everybody remembers that. Does this make me a bad person? Does what, Brian?
Oh, he's scaring us, just scaring us, saying boo over and over.
No, you're not a bad person, Brian. So what's wrong with me? I have metal in my neck. Probably? I have it in. I got lots of it in my head. And I've had some strange things happen to me that are like, wait a minute, what is that? You know what I mean? Then you go, you check it out. I mean, guys, there's so many explanations for some of this stuff. You're okay, Brian.
You have people who can pick up radio signals because of the fillings in their teeth. So,
Yep.
like, it's really cool when you think about how just energy in general interacts with everything, and what different types of energy and wavelengths and radio waves and all that. It's just really interesting.
Right. I have no nightmares of the evil I've seen, which makes me not question what I saw. I understand, sir. We're going to definitely have to talk about that one day for sure. Pressure storms that move across cause my migraines. I usually feel it before the storm. Oh, yeah. I'm like a barometer myself. This right here, I can tell you before it's going to rain, how it's going to rain, and how much we're probably going to get, and whether type of storm it's going to be based on how this feels, because it'll start throbbing, you guys. It's crazy.
Yeah, for me, it's my left knee.
Yep.
If my knee's hurting, it's gonna rain.
Now, and that, right, and listen, guys, there's people out there. You got to understand, there's people out there that want this stuff to be true. Okay, they just want it to be real. So that plays into what their mind lets them see, hear, and feel sometimes, because they want it to be, and that's just normal. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't look at people that are badly like that.
Well, and I think it's part of human nature to want to know. We want to know that life continues on after death. We want to know
what happens afterwards. Yeah.
What exactly? We want to know what happens. We want to know, everything. What is the meaning of all of this? And we all need something to believe in, and that goes for any religion, any belief. Everybody's curious about what's next. Is this just, is our physical existence just like a little blip? Do we go on and become beings that are just energy and can do more things because we don't have, our physical form holding us back anymore? Like it's just something that's really cool to think about.
Right. Do we just go on to this is one of the big things that I studied, but when we pass, do we just go on to a higher level of consciousness? Is that what that is?
That's my personal belief. I believe that we can.
That stuff a lot.
Well, the thing is you got to think about like physics and everything too, and like energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It just moves on and becomes something else. So how much of our consciousness is energy? So how much of that, when our body passes, moves on? Does it get absorbed into something new, or does it move on to another phase of existence?
Exactly. And that's true, Ray. We're built, everything's made out of energy, folks. You got to remember that.
Yeah, everything is just energy, molecules, all of that.
And God can still exist within that, folks, because I'm very spiritual. You guys know that. Okay. I'm very high faith person, very spiritual. I pray, I'm not overly religious, but I do have faith. So that all comes together. I even I read a book one time talking about levels of consciousness. Okay. And that was like, wow, this is so cool. And it said that there are people that believe, and it makes sense to me, that aliens do exist, of course. Why would we be so cocky as to think that we're the only living creature in the universe? Come on now.
And the universe is constantly expanding. There's more going on. So yeah.
So
we're not.
Exactly. And if that's the case, what if, like, if there are extraterrestrial aliens, so on and so forth out there, what if they're just a higher level of consciousness than what we are? What if that's the evolution of that scenario? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And you can also bring into consideration wormholes in time travel. Like, we haven't figured it out yet, but what if a more evolved future version of humans that are now the Greys, say, have figured it out, and they're coming back to revisit? I mean, for all we know, to them, it could be like, okay, kids, let's go on a field trip. Let's go see the humans. This is how we were 1,000,000 years ago.
Exactly. This is where you came from.
There's so many theories.
Yeah.
So many theories. And it's very fascinating, very interesting to think about.
It absolutely is. And I could talk all night on this, guys, because
oh yeah, me too. And like, yeah, I do believe in a higher power, but I also believe in science and the Big Bang and all of that. I believe in parallel universes. So yeah.
I believe that like I said, I'm religious. I believe in God. I have faith and all that. I believe in the Bible and how all that stuff came about, because that's how I was raised. I believe that we've evolved possibly from like the Neanderthal scenario per se, or before, who knows. I don't get into that whole I was a fish, now I'm that thing. I don't get into all that other weird stuff off to the side. That's never been my thing. But I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I feel differently about that. That's all. So, absolutely, Hummingbird. I love that stuff. The ancient aliens, theories based on the Egyptians and things like that. We absolutely, in fact, we actually kind of delved into that a little bit, Hummingbird. Not too long ago when we were looking at what were we talking about, Andy? That I got into that. Oh, the theory, the rabbit hole about what is underneath and inside the Grand Canyon, possibility of there being what looked to be
right, with the giant
Egyptian ruins and stuff like that. So that's very interesting to me, truly, Hummingbird, and I will absolutely do a complete total show on that via the Paranormal channel. I have no problem with that. And again, guys, if you have ideals for the Paranormal channel when we start it, or even for Fridays until we start it, send it to my email. I am all about going over stuff that you guys want to cover. Same with the cases we do in the true crime side. Send me stuff, please.
I would love suggestions for like really great hauntings, but ones that like aren't super well known. Things that like we do want things where there is evidence, there's reports, there's video, there's pictures, whatever. But I mean, there's so many things. Like people have wanted us to do like the Stanley Hotel, and I love the Stanley Hotel, but it's also been done to death. Like there's so many videos about it, and it's a great story. It's I was reading the history of it and taking all these notes and everything. There's a lot of cool stuff, but a lot of these things have already been covered by a lot of people.
A lot.
So we would love like your personal experiences, your own evidence. That would be awesome. Or maybe like a local urban legend, local haunts around you, stuff like that. Things that people don't know as much about.
The only thing I ask, guys, is if you know something is just beyond ridiculously fake and stupid, don't waste the time, because I want to try to stick to stuff that has a level of interest in it that is even with our intellect in here, guys. We're not stupid people. And we want something interesting. If it's, you can tell somebody's put on a damn costume and running by the door going, whoa, you know what I mean? That's stupid to me. Come on now. Like, I'm just saying.
I don't know. Those twerking Sasquatch videos are pretty funny, though.
Now, those are funny. We can look at stuff like that. Congratulations, Butterfly. Welcome back to the sauce. It's great to have you here. Another meatball in the house, guys. So thank you for that. Remember when the bus and all the kids just like the what flight was that?
There's been a few of them, but it was Malaysia.
That one right there. That blew me away, and I was just like, how in the hell? This stuff like that I love, like the Manhattan Project and all of those things. I love that kind of stuff because the
Philadelphia Project where the government was trying to work on time travel or like wormholes and stuff, and they were on a ship and like, it kind of blipped out and then blipped back, and like some of the men were stuck in the floors and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was that movie. Or was that the Manhattan?
That may have been Manhattan. I don't know. There's so many.
Yeah, it was pretty wild stuff, but there's a lot of governmental files and documentation that is never going to be put out because it'll provoke panic within the public, and they'll have no control over it. So that's why we don't get all that stuff.
Talk about some real life X-Files.
Oh my God, I always wanted. That's what I was going to call. I was actually going to call my channel something along the X-Files level because that was my absolute favorite show.
I love that show. I will still binge watch that show. It is on Hulu. I will watch all of it. It's one of my comfort shows. If I'm feeling like crap, I'm gonna binge watch X-Files.
Absolutely. It's never the theme song gives me goosebumps and I get excited. That's how much I love that show. I want to do MK Ultra. Not sure that's paranormal, but I still want to do. Oh, no.
Yeah, Molly and I have talked about that. It's already in the works. We're gonna be doing that.
There's going to be a lot of stuff. There's so much stuff we can look at, guys, and it'll keep us busy for sure. So
there's also Montauk, which was what they based Stranger Things on. That
Yeah.
was a real place with real experiments. There's also, I believe it was Plum Island, which was a
Mhm.
government facility where Lyme disease was created. So thank you, government.
And we're going to be looking into
All kinds of
pretty
stuff.
heavily into Antarctica. There's a lot of governmentally based and or
Hmm.
extraterrestrial paranormal issues up in Antarctica. I'm going to do a whole show about why the government does not want the public there. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff we're going to be covering, guys. It's going to be quite interesting for those of you that are interested in that kind of stuff. So I'm excited about it. I really am. And I'm excited because I have a great team of people. I have really good producers for this, that they have great minds for it. And we're going to work together amazingly. And I think you guys are going to love the stuff. So I can't wait. Stranger Thing. Yeah, it was loosely based on that. It's obviously
Montauk. It was Stranger Things. It was based on kind of a combination of MK Ultra and Montauk. In fact, the original title for the show was Montauk, and then they were told that they couldn't call it that.
right because of the right.
I think the government was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're too close to the truth here.
That's a little too close, right?
Back it up, back it up."
And you guys, I don't know if anybody knows this, but do you know that the CIA actually does have an X-Files department, guys? Absolutely
They
true.
do, and they've got places where they study people with psychic abilities for remote viewing. And they, at one point, our government was trying to create super soldiers that were psychics and could deal with the enemy in a psychic way. And part of it was
Nazi Germany, the scientists that were.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've seen the movie. The movie Men Who Stare at Goats is actually loosely based on a real thing, which is just ridiculous to me. That's just crazy, but it's one of my favorite movies. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what Undead just said. Of course it does. The Men Who Stare at Goats, right?
Yep.
So yeah, the X-Files. Chris Carter is a genius and was a genius, always was. The stories, they actually got in a little bit of trouble. I found I watched a documentary on the X-Files stuff. He got really close on some of the things that he did to certain things that the government didn't like. Like he got governmental warnings like, hey, you need to watch what you're doing here and what you're saying here and things like. He did a whole interview about that. I was like, wow, that's so awesome. I loved it. Now
my goal with the channel is to eventually get to the point where the Men in Black are showing up at my house. So that'll be fun.
Well, there you go. And we will be.
Just don't flashy thing me.
Right. Yeah. No flashy thingies for us tonight.
Don't flashy thing us.
I love that too. MJ does do that kind of stuff, guys, too. The Mandela effect stuff. I like when she does that stuff. So we're going to be covering conspiracies as well. Molly likes, I don't know where she's at. I told her we were here, but this is her thing too. Molly loves that that type of
conspiracy theories. Stuff. Yeah, Mandela effect, glitches in the matrix, lizard people, shapeshifters, all that. Yeah. Yes,
and she'll be bringing that aspect to the channel that way too. So, sir, what happened to you? What happened to Common Sense? It's Halloween. Yeah, right. Yeah, so guys, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think, and very interesting. And there she is. I didn't know you was in here. Welcome for being here. That's Molly. That's Molly's forte. Molly, by the way, you guys, in my opinion, from video I've showed you guys, lives in what I would call
hotspot.
A UFO hotspot, guys. She lives in Idaho, in the middle of nowhere, and they're surrounded by flat land and fielding that is all around her, and just stands outside and takes videos of things constantly and sends them to me. And it's like, what the hell is that? What is that?
She has a channel. She posts them on her own channel. If you guys want to go sub up to Molly,
please do and check it out. And we will be bringing that to you too, guys. Everything. That's why it's going to be called the Paranormal Experience, because it's going to be everything that is not normal. And when I say paranormal, I don't mean just ghosts or demons or shapeshifters or skinwalkers. It's all of that. And anything you think that is out of the norm, that would be paranorm, is going to be within what we do. So it should be
cover it all.
A lot. Yes. It'll be documented stuff. It'll be undocumented stuff. It'll be things that I think I did, Molly, didn't I? If not, resend it to me and I'll show that too. But a lot of the stuff. Go ahead.
We could even do a show on like crystal healing and stuff like that. I mean, because that kind of for some people falls into the paranormal. But I know Salty is also into that type of stuff. We could explain the
Yeah.
different properties of different crystals and how they do work for.
Oh,
for certain-
absolutely. That's why I have them surrounding me. My obsidian skull. This thing weighs about I don't know, 8 pounds by
We
itself.
finally got you some of that black tourmaline
Right here.
and the amethyst and obsidian. Yep.
Yep. And then in my little bottle, it's got a mixture, a little bit of everything in it that I keep here. And in my big in here.
Oh, is that a raw amethyst?
Yes. Yeah. My daughter's all about this stuff and throws it my way all the time. This was a gift from her. Take a guess, anybody. Okay, this is a fully blown skull, sculpted out of nothing but pure obsidian. Take a guess at how much this thing cost. Just a wild guess. It's a good weapon too, by the way.
About 160, I'd say. Higher?
It was
Dang.
225. 225 because of the weight, I think it is.
Ooh. Wow.
But anyway. So
Speaking
yeah, I
of
have that
skulls,
stuff keeping
something that would be fun to look into is the crystal
the
skulls.
crystal skulls. Where yeah, I've
That
already
is weird. Like you can't
Beyond.
explain that.
beyond weird. There's no explanation to it. So yes.
There's no tool marks. Nobody
No.
knows how they're created.
Nothing at all. And people have talked about, well, was it done by lasers? Well, how? How did they have
How?
lasers?
Because they're from thousands of years ago. So how? Yeah.
Right. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. Keep going.
So yeah, like the I don't know if anybody's looked into crystal skulls and stuff like that. I believe the legend says that there's supposed to be 12 of them, and they say that like once the final one is found and they're all brought together, it's supposed to be some like huge event for all of humanity. So we'll see. I guess go dig around in your backyards and try to find the other skulls, the rest of them, because I don't know how many have been found, but I know that there's still a few out there. There's definitely been a lot of hoaxes, but the ones that are genuine, it's really interesting because they're able to date them and say that they are from thousands of years ago, but there's no tool marks. So we cannot explain it. And that would make it paranormal.
Yes. Yes. And there will be new merchandise for that channel too, guys. It'll be fun. I can't wait to make that stuff up.
I can't wait to see what Doodle comes up with. If she wants to do merch for that too.
There will be. There'll be t-shirts. There's gonna be all sorts of fun stuff with that too. I'm excited about it. I like one doing that. 75. What are we talking about here? Either way, okay, let's move on because I could talk forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So
I know sometimes I forget that there's people listening, and I'm just here like talking about things with my friends.
Right.
I forget that we're live.
Right. And yeah, Cap, that's a big one too. The CIA Stargate project. I've already looked into that stuff. I love that stuff. That's crazy to me. So yes, absolutely. I don't like to dig. What do you talk about?
I was telling them to go dig in their backyards to see if they can find the last crystal skulls, because once they're all found and brought together, something huge for humanity is supposed to happen, but nobody knows what.
Can you imagine?
It's like you get them all together and all of a sudden we all have the answers to everything.
Everybody's
meaning
third
of
eye.
life.
Everybody's third eye opens up and goes, "How?"
Yeah.
All right, guys. You guys are
I'll tell you what I do. I am hoping that reincarnation is real because I want to experience all of the skulls being finally found, because I don't think it'll happen in our lifetime.
You ever thought I had a conversation about reincarnation one time with somebody, and like, so what life do you think you're on? And I was like, oh, and we were smoking back in the day, you know what I mean? And I'm like, what, huh? What do you talk about? And they're like, well, I feel like I'm in my 14th life at this point. And I'm thinking, what the hell are you talking about? Okay. And she's like, listen, and she explained it to me, and I went, wow, I never thought of it like that.
some
You
really
know?
cool theories about reincarnation and past lives, but I don't know if I'd want to get into it here because some people might get upset about like possible religious aspects, but
Yeah.
I definitely do believe in reincarnation. I've had extremely, extremely vivid dreams of past lives, to
Mm-hmm.
the point where I know how I died in other
Mm.
lives. Um,
It's a little creepy.
and it also goes into my own personal beliefs and theories on soulmates,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's not always a romantic partner, but other people that you're meant to find in each life. So that might be a relative, it might be your best friend. Like if you ever have a friend that you're so close with that you're like,
Mm.
oh, you're not my friend, you're my sister or you're my
Right.
brother. Like that kind of there, it's not a romantic thing, but they're part of your soul. You feel
Oh
like
yeah.
that person is supposed to be in your life. That's one of your soulmates. And that's somebody that you had with you in your last life and somebody that you'll have with you, you'll find again in your next. And
Mm-hmm.
that's something that gives me a lot of comfort too when you think about, all the people that we lose over the years, that when it's our
Yeah.
turn and we all come back, we will find each other someday. I believe that we will all, if you're meant to have these spirits or these souls in your life, you'll find them each time you're reincarnated.
I've always believed, not
But
going
that's
into
just
that
my
level.
personal belief. That's just my personal belief. It's not a religious thing. That's just my own theory.
Absolutely. I've always believed that people are brought into your life at certain times. You meet new people, new friends, new whatever. Girlfriends throughout your life are brought into your life at a certain time in your life for a reason. I'm not saying that there's a plan written down that somebody did this. I'm saying I think it happens like that for a reason. There's people that I have been friends with that I am no longer friends with. But at the time and place that I was friends with those people, it made sense as to why I was. And then it made sense as to why I no longer am now.
Right. And maybe when, those friendships end, you're learning a huge lesson, with
Yeah.
whatever happened, it taught you a big life lesson. So yeah, people, and I do believe in fate to an extent. Like, people we're meant to meet certain people, we're meant to have falling outs with certain people, and it's all
Sure.
just a part of life. It's what we're supposed to learn on this journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, all right, guys. So, like I said, this is based off of ring cam footage. And let's check it out. Is there volume on this? Let me make sure. Yes. Okay. Actually, let me redo this real quick.
Ha, Brian says I'm a hoot. It's cute.
Brian
He's
is a good
very scientific minded, very much gotta
Brian.
see it to believe it.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's yeah,
I've
that's it.
seen him before. I like Brian. I've seen him around here.
Yes, Brian's awesome. Okay, guys. What the hell did I just do? Come on. Oh,
Brian, it could just be because I have smoked a lot of weed in my past.
we're about to be 11:22, folks. We're about to reset.
Oh no,
It won't take much.
the ghost. The ghost is coming.
I wish I could do it right on key. I'll wait until this sets. It's about 18 seconds, I think, before it pops. And then we'll be good to go for the rest of the time. So it's been a good conversation, though. I really enjoy these conversations like this.
And what Brian said, everything is physics. And like that is true.
Mm,
But we also need to take into consideration that science has proved that Einstein's theory of relativity is fact, right? And
yeah,
science has proved that what Stephen Hawking has come up with quantum mechanics is fact, but those two facts don't like they don't mesh. They don't make sense together. So how can these two separate things be true, but then they also cancel each other out? So there's still like a lot of things that we just don't know.
absolutely. Welcome back.
And so So like individually, like yeah, the physics that totally makes sense. You think about things on a molecular level, everything like that makes sense. But it doesn't always go along with these other scientific theories that have been now proven. So
Right.
it's interesting.
It absolutely is. Relativity and all that stuff. Absolutely. Yes, I did know that, Glitter. 1122, that number has been very prominent in a lot of things. We know what was the address in Idaho. Okay. That's the time that my computer does its little thing. It's an interesting thing. I'm not a numbers person.
I am.
Okay. I'm not a numbers person, but it does make some sense sometimes. Yep, absolutely. 11/22/63. There was a TV series put out about it. It was great, by the way. If you haven't seen it, go find it. It's awesome.
I also
Um,
sent you a screenshot of the Bible verse that was 1122, and I found that to be really interesting. Not that I'm like a super religious Bible reading person, but it was still interesting.
yeah, no, absolutely. Coffee. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I guess Molly really wanted somebody to see this, so I'm gonna show it real fast before we get kicked on this. This was something she filmed in her backyard recently. One of the most recent ones. There's quite a few of these I've showed on here, but hold on, let me get to the point where it starts to actually do its thing. About here. Okay, I don't know if there's any volume on this or not. I don't think there is. No. Okay, here we go. All right, see these three lights here? This was in her like back door, I think, out behind the house or in front, one of the two, but it's across the street up in the sky. And this thing is monstrous based on the. But watch, it like separates. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
The weather was being weird that night.
Which is something else that's really cool to think about. A lot of people think that because of the energy that's produced during lightning storms and thunderstorms, that attracts more paranormal activity, more UFOs.
No, it's okay, Molly. It's interesting to me because, as are a lot of UFO sightings, it was the triangular shape.
I was
Now,
going to say that it's a very common UFO
now
shape.
something that if you take and look at that shape, look at the shape of the pyramids and quite a few other things in life.
Are we
that
going to
look
get into
like-
sacred geometry now? Because that is my
No,
jam.
I'm just
Sacred
telling you.
geometry.
It's just one of them things that I've always looked at and went, coincidences are coincidences, but damn, you know what I mean?
Oh, we could do a whole episode on sacred geometry and on all the geometric shapes that just show up in nature, whether it's like things like fiddleheads and seashells and
yeah.
all kinds of stuff.
There's a lot to that stuff, to be
I
honest.
fall down lots of rabbit holes. Just call me Alice. I'm always looking for another rabbit hole to fall.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so back to what we were gonna do now that we've already reset. And back to this. Let me make sure that that's up there. Bring it back to the very beginning. And again, this is Ring camera footage. These are called what people call orbs. Orbs can be dust, bugs, whatever, or
A light anomaly. Yeah.
a light anomaly, a car driving past, reflecting off of a picture on the wall, as we see here on the
Lens
side,
flare. Yeah, it could be a lot of things.
or it could be an
energy.
orb. Yeah.
I have seen an orb with my naked eyes before, so I know that there are times where you see something that is legit an orb. It's just a ball of light.
See,
So,
this one, here's the thing.
the
Okay,
pattern of movement is interesting.
And the way when it goes against the glass on the door, it doesn't break the reflection. Okay. That's something to pay attention to with that. As it's going across the glass on the door, it should change. It should refract differently, but you can see through it, the object that's outside. That's weird to me.
I would be wondering if it could possibly be something stuck on like a spider web that's like very, very close to the camera. But yeah, I mean, there would have to be a draft, but the movement, it seems to be moving a bit too much for it to be
you can
something
see through.
stuck on top.
Right. And you can see through it. And there were just lights that came on outside. None of this changed. The shape, because of the way that the light refracts, should have changed in different ways. It has not changed at all. It stayed solid in the shape, size, and color that it is. It hasn't gotten bigger, smaller, bent any different ways. It's a little crazy. So
now with this video, did the person who posted it also give any descriptions? Because sometimes with these posts, they'll explain other experiences that they've had in this area. Or sometimes they're saying this is why we put the camera here, or this happened when we heard something.
So this one says, my Arlo camera picked this up at my workplace. I think it may be caused by a reflection, but this was the middle of the night. There weren't any lights on the shop, nor was there anyone there to move anything around to achieve this. If anyone has an explanation, let me know. Now, here's the thing. If this was somebody standing there with a flashlight, the camera's going to pick that up because this is a Ring camera.
You would get like lens flares, and there would be, you'd see the beam. It would be, it wouldn't just be like a floating ball.
100%. Captain says, if I saw that, I would ask for a refund. Right. There you go. There you go. But I'm just saying, guys, watch it, how it's moving. See, there's lights on the door there. You saw those?
Right. So we know what it looks like when a vehicle drives past, and that's not it.
And the movement of it is what is so interesting to me. I'll play it real quick again. Watch how it floats around everywhere, okay? Hold on here. Here we go. It is beyond interesting to me, to be honest with you. I've seen a lot of these. This is just a bit different than what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, see, when I was first watching this, I thought that maybe it was something on a cobweb, and it was just like there was a draft, but for it to move all the way down and then it comes back up, like I guess it could still be that, but it's a lot of movement for something that's just stuck on a cobweb.
I don't think it is because it's moved all over the hallway there.
Right. It's a lot of movement. There would have to be a hell of a draft for it to do that.
Very much so. And right there, when it comes to, this is glass, guys. When it's on this glass, it should have changed it all up completely, but it didn't do nothing. Nothing at all. It didn't get bigger, smaller. It didn't fade. It didn't get brighter. Nothing happened. And it's flowing over this like it's nothing. Okay, that's strange to me.
Can you see if it's reflecting off of anything?
Nope. That's
because if it was like an orb, like what you would see with your naked eye, where it's just like a ball of energy that's producing light, you'd see it reflecting off of the pictures or the glass, but there isn't any of that.
Right. Captain Jenks just said it looked like it was trying to open the door to the left right here, and it
could, yeah.
It kind of had that. It's like focused on that at some point. But here's a light. There's a car either pulling in or going past. Here's the light of it reflecting.
I'm glad the video caught that as well, though, so we're able to see what it looks like when a vehicle drives by. So we know it's not that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's kind of crazy, folks. Very interesting, though.
It appears to be moving with purpose. Like, it doesn't, the more I watch it, it does not seem like it's something that's just like stuck on a cobweb swinging around.
Right. I have to agree. I do have to agree. So, let's see here now. Moving forward. We got another one. Basement backyard is what this is. Another type, like personal, like home camera or something. Okay. Move this down for you guys. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do here? Turn this up. Excuse me. And I always do this. Let me make sure that you guys have audio, if there is any. A lot of these videos aren't going to have audio because they just don't.
Some of them you might have like EVP
Yeah,
on them now. So
that's
we
why I tried to.
yeah, we definitely want to make sure that the sound is up to see if there's anything accompanying any visual
That's
stuff.
why I tried. Yeah, because then just in case there is something that even the homeowner or the person that has these videos didn't even hear, it's interesting to pick it up. So signal's at 80%. That's good on this too. This was September 10th of last year, 2:47 a.m. Probably most everybody's sleeping, and then we have this. Oh shit! Come on. The hell was that? Okay, I guess we got to pay attention for a minute.
Might have to slow this one down. This one's moving fast.
Or bring it back down to set. Oh,
Nope.
There's no orb up there. Yeah.
That may have been dust. I don't know about the first one though.
I'm sorry, Brian. I know you've been having a really rough time, and I've been praying for you, bud. I really do hope things get better for you. You guys are you guys seeing these? Here, let me back that up. There's a couple that just popped through here. The orbs aren't as fun. You guys are kind of, I know they're kind of boring, but they're still interesting to look at.
I think it's fun to like try to analyze them and again debunk them and say like, oh, that was a bug. Because a lot of times people will post like, oh, it was a ghost, and it's like, no, that was a bug. That was a moth.
See, this one here, I think it looked to me like a light reflection from a car driving by. That one that came off this wall. That's my thought. But where'd it go? Like about right there.
Let's tell you one thing, you wouldn't catch me putting cameras up in my house like that. If there's something walking around here, I don't want to know.
This I thought was kind of interesting up here, right by the ceiling fan where I'm circling. Watch that area right there. My bad, I can go back far enough. Hold on. Right here. You see that?
Yeah, it was like a little blip. Like it
doesn't even look like an orb.
For a second.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like an orb. It's more of a geometrical shape. It's weird.
Yeah. I wonder if it could be like something with the camera or
very possible, yeah. Very possible.
Because I mean, when you have cameras like that in low lighting, you can get, kind of glitchy things.
That's true. That is very true.
Could also be an energy that just kind of popped in for a second and said, "Oh, no, never mind, wrong house."
Very, very possible. Very possible. Yeah. I do. Yeah. Ray says the last orb I saw was watching you, and you felt the tap on your shoulder. I believe I saw an orb. A couple people said that too.
Yep.
Do you want to explain to Brian what an orb is for me, Andy?
Well, there's a lot of different theories on what an orb is. Most people think that it's basically the energy. It's a visual manifestation of the energy, whether that would be from a spirit, or I mean, you can even get orbs from natural things. It can be explained by things like swamp gas.
Yep.
They can be explained by things like ball lightning, and like those things are also very rare. In a lot of videos like this, the orbs usually are just light reflecting off of dust or bugs, but sometimes it can be more than that. It can be basically the energy of a spirit.
That's what the theory is. Thank you for that, Leslie. And yes, Brian, we all feel that way. Absolutely. This next one, you guys, oof. This next one is a little crazy. I'll be honest with you. I have questions, and I'll explain to you, and as will Andy, why we have questions to this. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it, because this definitely has audio. You might want to turn down because it's going to get a little loud. Yeah, Brian, if you're having like problems, buddy, please go to the hospital if you need to. Don't wait. Please. You know what you can handle, what you can't. But if you're having issues, please go to the hospital.
Yeah, take care of you, dude.
I don't want to worry about you again. All right. Now, pay attention to this one, guys. This is again at 3 something in the morning. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. That is not going to help. Well, something's got to help you at some point, Brian. Enough is enough already. Good Lord. You shouldn't have to go through that much pain and suffering in anybody. Nobody should in their life. All right. Pay attention and check this out. Now, we watched this a little bit before. I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, I understand, bud. I do. There's no cables, no wires, no sleight of hand, no nothing with this, guys. There's no way to do this way either. Understand that when you see this, okay? Off we go.
What the Lizzie!
Okay, so that first one, the way his leg bent, and you could tell he was sleeping when he hit the floor. It woke him completely up. He starts freaking out, starts screaming, which I can't blame him because I've done the same damn thing. But that was freaky to me. And here comes another one. Same thing. And I've seen this one before. People's bodies don't just do this. You cannot explain. Okay. This one here, especially the distance that this happens in, to and from.
Yeah, you'd be able to see if this person was like pushing themselves on the ground to make themselves move, and
There's no way to do it.
It's not. It'd be very, very difficult to fake, and you wouldn't be able to drag a human body like that with a piece of fishing line like people do to fake other stuff.
No, you can't. There's nothing. You'd see the rope if there was. You'd see anything pushing this person. It just doesn't happen, guys. It's not. These things here, these ones creep me out because there really is no way to explain that, okay? Watch this one. The distance that she goes and how it happens. Like I said, the contorting of the body, the way it's pulled like that, it's crazy to me. I got you, Barbara. All right, so this one here, off we go. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow this down for you guys to see this if I can. Is it going to let me do it? Shit, maybe not. Now watch. right here. Watch her leg, her left leg, the way it comes out behind her. Okay. You hear the shoe
Squeaking on the floor.
reaching on the
Yeah.
floor. And then off she goes. Okay. And this area is known to be haunted, like big time haunted. Okay. There's been times, there's a video that shows I've seen in this same area. This is overseas, by the way. It's over in, is it Malaysia or somewhere like that? Anyway, there's what it has, an apparition of a little child has been seen walking through here. Okay. Up in this area here and all sorts of stuff. And this has happened to a few people. A TV moved across this floor. So it's not per se a poltergeist. It's something. I guess it could be considered a poltergeist because it's a little bit mischievous, but there's different variations of what that is too. All right, Captain. So watch this. I can't slow this down, damn it. Why? I hate that.
Yeah, it's because it's on Reddit and not YouTube videos.
Anyway, I'll play this again. That was real as far as I'm concerned, but I want somebody to explain to me how the hell it happened. That's all I want to know. If it wasn't real, especially, how did they do that? You can't do something like that without having something pull you. Because here's the thing, guys. If you stand and look long enough, she's trying to grab something to stop her. Look, there's nothing attached to her. Nothing. You would see it already. There's nothing there. It's crazy to me. You can hear her scream, and she runs in face like she was literally scared. This one is interesting to me too. This guy here, watch him. Watch his legs. And I believe this is in the same facility, the same building, okay? All of this. Once again, this is an adult male, right? You're not going to pick an adult male man up from his ankles up in the air with fishing line or something clear that you can't see. No.
Even if somebody tried to use wire, that's going to cut into your ankles. Like you would have to have like boots on and then socks over them to try to hide them. And I don't see it.
It's not there. This guy weighs probably at the biggest, maybe 200 pounds, 185 pounds. I'll just say there's nothing that'll hold that, guys. And he's going to go up further. So watch. See, he was sleeping and all of a sudden he wakes up. Now he's waking this guy up over here by making the noise he's making.
Oh, he's fighting it too.
Yeah.
He's trying to get away.
Guys, there are documented scenarios like this. There's a movie, a book, a true live story that happened called The Entity, of a woman being attacked by an entity, SA'd by an entity, beaten, bruised, and abused by an entity that nobody ever saw. But her children watched this happen to her. You could see her get thrown around the room. She ended up with bruising. I'll show you that one of these days too. Maybe even tonight we'll look at it. Who knows? But
Michelle made a good point here too. She says that the woman, when she ran back into the building, there was no string, and you didn't see her remove anything from her ankle.
Right.
She just got up and ran. So yeah,
it all happened too fast.
Explain it. Yeah. Yep. It's hard to explain that.
Like this one here again. See, it's pulling his leg first, and he's sleeping. His body's not moving and moving along with his leg as it should. I bet it did, Claire. That was a creepy ass movie. I'll be honest with you. Right there. That's where he woke up. Right there. And I believe that this happened to this guy before, which is why he's acting like he is, because like
that's why the camera's there. That's why they put the camera.
Here we go again. Here we go again. These are interesting to me.
I mean, what do you even do in that situation? You wake up to your partner screaming and being pulled off the bed by something you can't see. Like,
Right. She
that's
gets
what
up and,
terrifies me is like, how do you even fight that? Like, if an intruder came in and started hitting my partner, I could easily beat the crap out of them and fend them off. But this is being attacked by something you can't see.
right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, that's the other foot. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the other foot. Sorry, I was like, wait, what the hell is that? It's the other foot now. I see it now. And I don't know if you guys saw that. There's another part to this, by the way. Watch this. Watch back here.
Huh. I never noticed that.
Right here. And over here. Do you see this?
I never noticed that before. Yeah.
That is crazy to me. Watch this. Come down. Look back here while this is going on. See these multiple little orbs, and then this thing drops down slowly. This is very weird, you guys.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I love how he gets up and just looking around though, like, what the fuck?
Right.
I would have been running out of there so fast if something picked me up and dragged me.
Right.
Now that I'm watching it, the lights actually look like it could be a vehicle driving by. I don't know about that one, but the ones in the corner,
but
that seems like a car.
Yes, I agree. He didn't have any boots or only socks. Right, there's nothing there. And he's looking around, what the hell was that, right? I'm telling you, folks, that one I definitely question. Just saying. All right, next. Okay. Again, thank you guys all for joining us tonight. I hope you're enjoying this. I hope it's not freaking anybody out too bad. If it is, let me know. Or you're, of course, welcome to step out if without being judged, guys. Nobody's going to say anything, you know. So, how much did I drink? Right, Ray. I'm glad that you could be here too, Hummingbird. I appreciate you. Please let everybody else know that we do this on Fridays. If you're into this stuff, it's definitely interesting.
And then we'll have the new channel launching soon.
Very soon. Very soon.
Definitely in time for Halloween.
Definitely, yes. That's going to be fun. All right, off we go with this one. This one I have not seen yet, so we see somebody standing here. You see this? (11/21 of 2020 at 4:18 a.m.). So this is like a building that's got elevators in it, obviously, a hallway in front of that. You see the
silhouette.
It's almost like a full body apparition if you look at it.
It is. It's just not like super detailed, but yeah, I would definitely say that. I mean, you can see the head, shoulders, arms, where the legs would be, you know, hips, waist. Yeah.
And then around it, you see this mist type scenario, right?
Like it
Yeah.
could be still manifesting, like in the process of.
You can see it moving right here a little bit, as if it's kind of like
He's
kind of
just
just
chilling,
free
waiting
flow.
for the elevator.
Uh-huh.
Did the poster put any description or any details about this? Or
Let's see. My father used to work as a security guard in a building. He worked night shift, and repeatedly during the early morning, he would send me these videos. We never had the slightest idea what it could be. But if you ask me, I would say that it's a woman, which is what I think too, what I see. I have other 2 videos on different days, but just the same thing, nothing new, not scary, just weird. And I agree.
it
But
sounds
yeah,
like a residual
that's what
haunting.
I was going to say, something that just happens again and again and again every time because it's stuck. Okay.
It's
That's what
just
we're
repeating on a
doing.
loop, basically. Yeah.
If you look right here, taking it back to the beginning again, this to me is in the shape of a woman. Looks like she might be wearing some sort of a gown, maybe. The head, the shoulders, the arms come down, the bottom of the gown here, but that's what it looks like to
Just
me.
based on the posture, I get the feeling that it's like an older woman. She's kind of hunched over a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
It seems like it could be like just an older woman waiting for the elevator type of thing. Yeah.
Maybe something that this woman did
Mhm.
35, 40 years if she lived in this apartment or something and she passed away and it's stuck in rotation, as I call it, as a residual, if you want to believe in
So
that.
sad to think about though, because it's like she's just trying to get back to her home. She's just trying to get back to her apartment.
Yeah,
Just waiting for that elevator.
absolutely. And that's why I like camera footage, stuff like this, because it's very hard with some of these types of cameras to fake stuff like this. And you can see they're looking at security cameras, okay? The other monitor's sitting there and it shows the different areas.
So it's not CGI, because some of these videos you see people posting online are like absolutely
You
CGI.
can tell,
This
yeah.
is not. This is not.
Right. Yeah, that is definitely something that is definitely out of the norm. So absolutely, absolutely. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. Next we have, let's see here. We have somebody else's camera footage on their property, their home, I'm guessing. This says thoughts on what this could be. This is August 23rd of 23rd, or no, I'm sorry, 2002, 2002, August 23rd at 2:13 a.m. All right. See if there's volume on this. Make sure I share this with volume or audio. I'm sorry. There we go. Kaboom. Okay.
Now that one, it looks like it could have possibly been some sort of lens flare, but I don't know. I mean, it looks like it blinks at one point. Like it looks like eyes to me. You're muted.
I'm sorry. So this, there is a bug that flies up through here. But this looks like it manifests itself up out of the ground right here, comes out, bounces around, and then it goes back in right there. Comes out, bounces around. There goes a bug. Okay. Bounces around, does its thing, and then back off into the woods it goes. And there was something else on the corner there, which is probably a moth, but
Probably, yeah, it's probably just another bug.
just saying. That was interesting too. The who's nuts? Okay, Brian.
They're talking about sleeping naked.
I saw it. I don't understand people who video their bedrooms unless they have. Well, that's very true. Well, some people have experiences that people don't believe them about, so that's why they film sometimes their bedrooms where it happens, so that they have proof to show people, and people will stop telling them they're crazy.
Some people just have a spicy love life.
That too. All right, moving on to the next. We have. I've seen this one before. This one's kind of interesting too. Security camera records strange lights on September 9th. Well, let me put it up and show you first and then read it to you. And these are all by, again, guys, these are Reddit posts. On September 19th of 22, my camera recorded these lights inside my home. The day the tremor in Mexico was 7.7 degrees. Wow, I know what they meant. Only that day he recorded these images. Does anyone know what they are? So Mexico had an earthquake, a 7.7 Richter scale, and this is September 19th of 22 at 3:40 a.m. You don't see a lot of this stuff happen in the daytime either. That's the strange thing. So, and a lot of times
It's interesting that it happened during an earthquake, though, because when you have the movement of the plates, it releases energy.
Magnetic disturbance. Yes, exactly.
So that is interesting.
Now we have these lights here, but I think these are glares. So I don't know. I could be wrong. We'll see what happens here.
You're muted.
I don't know why I keep doing that. It is quite odd. These things have their own mind. It's strange.
I mean, at times it looks like they're playing or like hugging each other and like dancing, and then they separate and then they go back, and it seems intelligent.
Very strange. Okay, so then it blends together, and see how it's moving around like flexibly, like that's something that's interesting to be watched. When it comes,
that's not a bug. That's not a bug.
you see that there, how it when it blends together as one piece right there, the way that's moving, it's very, oh God, I can't think of the right word. Very strange. Either way you look at it. Michelle says those two orbs are either fighting or maybe they're having some fun.
Some frisky ghosts.
Being a little frisky there, yeah. For sure, folks, for sure. Paula said she's seen them behave this way in other videos. The movement of it when it gets together the first time, it's almost like it's living or something. You know what I mean?
It has this like undulating movement to it.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Get it, ghosts?
Right. That one's different. Does it give me a thing on here? That's all it gives you. So, okay. Well, there's that one then, but that one's not as exciting per se, I guess you could say, but it's still interesting to say the least.
I think it's really interesting, actually.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, it's not as crazy as somebody being grabbed and dragged out of their bed, but it's definitely interesting. That's not one that I can say like, oh, that could be a bug, that could be dust, that could be this or that. It's weird.
Agreed. Agreed.
You're muted again.
I was actually just talking to myself anyway, but yes,
Oh, all right.
CJ, welcome, CJ. All right, moving on. So that's all I have for those ones there. Hold on a minute here. That's some other stuff though. Oops, what the hell did I do? Sorry, guys. Let's try this again. All right, so these are paranormal captured experiences, and there's stories that go with it that are retold in some senses. I thought this would be interesting for you guys to go along with this. Okay. Are you unhappy with me, Brian? Take care, Miss Vicky. Thank you for joining us tonight. Sorry. All right. Oops. This was caught on cam, most of this stuff. So, can you hear that?
Stories about ghosts,
Yeah.
poltergeists.
Hey, Cap, you didn't attach whatever to it. You just sent me the email empty. I can't. There's nothing to open up. Might want to try it one more time, sir.
The shop.
Now that's something that does happen to you guys that I have noticed within a lot of different cases I've followed, watched, even investigated myself. Sometimes these things will start off very minimal. Okay, just a cup, something falls off the wall, something falls off a shelf, things like that, right? And as time progresses, it's almost like it wants your attention. If you're not paying attention to it, it's like it gets angry or irritated and makes more bigger scenarios happen the way these things have been told. You know what I mean? So just saying this.
But
Now, something like that. Are you still here, Andy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it looked like something punched from the inside of the case
The glass
because of
came
the direction
outward.
that the glass,
Yes.
yeah. And like it comes out with some force. So like if something had happened where there had been like a tiny crack in it that nobody had noticed before, and then a big truck drove by, say, and it vibrated and it shattered, it would have just fallen straight down.
Agreed.
This makes it look like something.
so you just can't.
Brian, what are you talking about? I'm behind. I see everything going on in the chat. I'm following it. It seems like you're irritated about something tonight for some reason. So I don't know why or what, but I'm following right along with you guys. I'm not behind on anything. I see everything being said.
can't explain them.
All right, Miss Norman, thank you again so much for joining us. Thank you for your donation as well. And hope to see you again. And God, good luck with your floors. And again, I'm so sorry you're in my thoughts for having to go through that so much. Have a great night, dear.
Night.
Evidence is coming.
Okay. Let me see here. Did this clip me? See, it's okay. Can you hear me, Andy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I probably got hit by a copyright thing or something. It happens from time to time. I filtered it, but it doesn't matter. All right, so let's get this set up.
What's up, brother?
Okay, I'm going to set up the phone line.
No, the last one was.
All right. Let's see here.
Basically.
Do. Everything yet, guys? Hello.
Oh, Paula says we're back.
All right, here we go. Okay. So I filtered that. Some of this stuff, they lie to you and tell you that you can run it, and then they tell you later that you can't. So I guess we're done with that version of it, and that's okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up the phone lines for anybody that wants to call in and tell us their story. I love hearing stories. So the phone number here is 234-703-4047. I'm sure Miss Andy would love to hear it as well.
Absolutely.
I love stories for sure. Now, the first thing we're going to do, though, I do have the phone line. I'm turning that on. I'm going to pop up a couple of these emails I received before we do that, though.
Ooh, do we have evidence?
We do.
This was fun doing the Reddit posts. I mean, because like, there's only so much content you can watch on things that we already know are haunted, like hotels and hospitals, and
Of course, yes.
it was cool
Absolutely.
to do that and kind of discuss them and say if we think it was legit or could be explained or whatever. That's fun.
I do agree.
I hope everybody watching agrees that we didn't bore them to death.
I thought it was a good conversation beforehand too. So
Yeah. And if we did bore anybody to death, they can come back and haunt us for next week.
right. Okay, so this is what Captain Jenks sent me. Let's see what we got here.
We can't hear it.
So we'll show you something that could change your mind. This is what a woman saw while working at an Oklahoma car impound lot earlier this month. It was all caught on a surveillance tape. You can see the figure circling around. Now, the woman told another worker to go out and check it out.
Back said there wasn't nobody back there. The wind was still that night. Our alarm was on, so nobody jumped the fence back there.
3 vehicles on the lot that night were involved in fatal accidents. A paranormal investigator says it's possible the mysterious figure could have been one of those spirits searching for its car.
So upon first glance, this seems very similar to some of the gas station ghost videos where a bug lands on a lens and gets his 15 minutes of fame. But there's a couple of odd things about this one that makes it stand out. One is the movement, which is at least being captured at 1 frame per 30 seconds. Also the shape, which is very similar to an action figure of some kind. Mark Absalon has a ghost video he made that looks crazy similar to this one, but of course he immediately showed how he did it in his next video, How to Fake a Ghost, showing that it's an action figure.
I used to collect action figures.
Why'd you stop, Nathan?
I grew up.
You're only 11 years old, Nathan.
I am. Yeah. Boom. Dude, that's like 20 in orangutan years. You're too old, Nathan. You're too old, Nathan.
This month, it was all caught on a surveillance tape. This is what a
I don't know what to say about this.
I've seen this video before. I think it was on, there was a show called Paranormal Fact or Faked.
Okay.
And I think this was one of the videos that they showed. And they did try the action figure thing. But it looked more solid than this. You could tell that it was an action figure. Like somebody, to make it look like this, you'd have to have like different filters and stuff over the lens as well.
Yeah, right.
It's not, you could fake it, but it would be a lot of work to fake it to the point where it's like, why would you even bother? But it definitely looks human in shape. I mean, it looks like a full body apparition to me.
I've never seen an apparition look that solid before, though. That's what got me weirded out. It almost looks, I don't know.
The only thing that is kind of weird to me is the size of it. Like,
oh yeah,
it's bigger than, like, it in proportion. Like, it's not, and I don't know, it looks like it's a little too big compared to the size of the cars.
Yeah, like really big.
Yeah, so I don't know if it would be floating in the air closer to the camera, because it's not on the ground next to the cars unless it's massive.
It's really solid too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the coloring and the density of it. It's not. It doesn't have that transparent look to it. White chocolate popcorn. I don't know, you guys. This is weird to me.
I mean, there are definitely frames where it full on looks like a person standing there.
Sure does. Sure does.
And again, like the size of it changes throughout the video. So again, if it was an action figure on a string, it wouldn't be changing shape so much.
That's the thing. Where's the rest of it though? If it was the action figure on this, why are we only seeing like pieces of it?
Right.
You see what I mean? Like the top half you can see pretty solidly, the bottom not so much.
But then sometimes you can see the whole thing, and sometimes it looks bigger and sometimes it looks smaller, but it always looks vaguely human.
And the movements, I guess it's because of the frame, but still.
I think the movement is because it's one of those cameras that just takes like a still shot every however many seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to slow it down and see if it changes it. What do you think that way?
I think there's times where it full on looks like an actual person standing there,
Yeah, it does.
but the movements don't make sense for it to be a real person.
Right.
And
Yeah,
it's not always totally solid. Like sometimes you can see the whole
Yeah.
figure, sometimes you can't.
that's
So
what I was saying.
yeah, I got a hard time debunking that one. I don't really know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that weirds me out a bit.
The mysterious figure could have been one of those spirits searching ghosts.
Now I want to try something else. Let me see if this makes a difference. It might go by quick, guys, so be ready.
We'll show you something that could change your mind. This is what a
Huh. I'll tell you right now, I would love to have the raw footage on this.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
I've never seen something that, I don't know.
And again, if it was an action figure, it would have the exact same shape
Yeah.
the whole time. It looks like it moves like a person would. Like sometimes the arms are a little bit different, sometimes the legs are a little bit different. Like it's a
Right,
person
right.
moving around. It's not like a stiff, action figure that's just in one position.
Absolutely.
An action figure.
I used to collect action figures.
Why'd you stop, Nathan?
I grew up.
You're only 11 years old, Nathan.
I am. Yeah.
This guy's goofy.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We get to this part here.
It's giving things 5 out of 7, so I'm gonna give it a 4.9 just to change things up a little bit.
I don't like it. I don't really get it. There's like
Put
no.
yourself in the context of back then.
right.
There's not a lot of ghost videos out there. You've never seen bugs on lenses. You see something white out there. It looks like a figure that's kind of popping around. Some of the cars back there were from an accident, and he's looking for their vehicle.
What would this impound lot have to gain by creating this type of video?
Yeah, it's weird.
Unless it was a coworker playing a prank on another or something like that. How transparent does it look?
It's pretty white, like us, so a little transparent.
I feel like some good points have been made by you and me after I hated on it, which wins me over a little bit because I was going to score this thing so low. That raises me up to a 4 out of 7 on it. Trying to find more flaws in it because I don't want to rate it this highly.
Is that the way you treat movies too? I don't want to like it that much, but I really do enjoy it.
I recently watched About Time. I just wrote it off because it was a romantic comedy. It was pretty good.
Thank you, Captain Jenks. That was interesting. I'm gonna go through that. See if I
Yeah,
can
it's definitely
see if I can
definitely
separate
weird.
that for sure. Definitely for sure. All right, let's see. I had another email. Oh, hold on. No, what are we doing? Okay, Sus, this is your email. Let's see here. All right.
I have a spirit. He's shoveling. He's doing something.
Hold on. Why is this so hard to... No, 1 second. Hold on, guys. I'm having difficulties here. All right, let's try this again. Oh, it's okay. I'm not worried about the swearing. I'd probably be swearing if something scared me too. Don't worry about that.
I have a spirit. He's shoveling. He's doing something.
Charlotte can see spirits.
There's a spirit
right
there. There. And
Do you see it?
there's nothing outside. There's a man in
What?
here.
On the
And he keeps doing the
Do you
same
see
thing
this?
over and over and over again in our blinds. Do
Look
you
at
see
him.
him? Now he's going to come over
there
to
he is
this
walking.
side.
He's right there.
He's going to bend down.
Don't weave. This is no joke. You and your freaky stuff you put
and
on.
He's going to.
This is a spirit.
You're
There's
kidding me.
nothing out there that could be projecting that. Yeah, there's little bikes that just drove by.
Yeah, but that's not.
No,
this
no,
is-
no,
this is
no.
like a movie.
Oh, that is creepy as hell, dude.
A movie. He's doing the same thing over and over again.
It looks like he's shoveling snow or something.
This is the strangest thing I have ever seen.
How is he right here? Look at him.
I know.
The
It's
weird thing is, I was just watching a horror show about.
That is definitely nothing else.
Why?
well, why are you watching that?
Because I like horror shows.
Well, we believe in God, so I don't believe it's gonna harm us. But
I told him by the power in the name of
this
Jesus
is definitely
God.
something that I've not ever.
Damn,
seen
this is
before.
crazy.
That's creepy, dude. That's wow.
He's bending down and doing something and walking.
And you guys were sure that there was nobody outside? Like you went up and looked through the blinds? Because that's definitely a person.
Up and do something.
She said to watch how it reacts
And
to
this
the
is
cross
in
later
repetitive
in the
motion
video,
this
I
time.
guess.
Let me show. There's nothing outside. This is genuinely
my God.
a figure.
Ugh.
Lisa, it's no Donna. That's no joke. That is a spirit.
There is nothing outside my house that could be projecting this on my walls.
Oh my God. There really was nothing out there.
My house. There is
Yeah.
just this spirit man.
Holy shit, sus.
Apparition, whatever you want to call it. Seems to be stuck, like I say, in a time warp. Almost like he's repeating.
That is crazy.
Because we have thoughts.
The Watts house in
Put the cross
general
up against him.
was weird to me.
Down.
There's a whole bunch of haunting stuff in that house.
See the light?
I see him.
Look at the
I
light.
know I'm watching.
Look at the light.
He's just looked like he fell to his
Lord,
knees.
Look at the light.
What the hell?
Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at the sun on the cross.
Hold
Seems
on
to
a
be
minute.
Stuck, like I say, in a time warp. Almost like
Well,
he's
if it's
repeating
like a residual.
the same
Because we have thoughts.
Oh my God, what?
action over and
She just said, I found out that my uncle passed the day after this and it's never happened again. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. And it does, like it's burying something or digging a hole to do something like
Well,
that.
they said in the video when it started, it looks like they're shoveling.
Yeah, that's what it does look like. Holy shit. This is the good one. Like literally, sus. I'm sorry about your uncle, by the way. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying this is crazy.
and over and over. Put the cross up against him. Down. There you go.
See the light?
I see him.
Look at the
I
light.
know I'm watching.
Look at the light.
He's just looked like he fell to his
Lord,
knees.
Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at the sun on the cross. Look. Look. Come over here and
I
look at
see
the
it.
sun
I
on the
see
cross.
it. I see it.
Sus, how did your uncle pass away? If you don't mind me asking, I'm not trying to be nosy. And if you don't want to tell me, it's okay. But I'm just curious, how did your uncle pass away, if I can ask? It looks like it crawls
Looks like
later.
it crawls later too.
I'm going to play the rest. I'm just curious real quick how her uncle passed. No, Brian. Definitely not. Natural causes, but he was the last of the Roth blood. Okay.
He got back up. He laid down the entire time you had that cross on him. He was on the ground.
You could still see something.
So he's still there.
Still there.
He's still doing his repetitive motion. Now he got back up. He laid down the entire time you had that cross on him. He was on the ground. I have it in my video.
And it's not even like a matter of shadows and angles and everything, because when they open the blinds, there's nobody out there, even in the distance. Like, I was looking to see if there was a neighbor out doing stuff, and it was just the angle and the way the light was hitting them. There's no one there. You're muted.
This is insane. And it's nobody's reflection from the inside because you can see her in the window right there. Okay.
Right.
This is insane, you guys. Watch this.
He got back up. He laid down the entire time you had that cross on him. He was on the ground. I have it in my video. He's still there.
Still there.
He's still doing his repetitive motion. Now he's...
You can even see the shadow on the table being cast on the table a little bit.
A vision. Somebody...
Be gone.
A vision of somebody caught in the past.
Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
Yeah, you can see his arm and everything. Here's my question. What was outside that window in the ground there before that road and the trailers and everything was there? Was that... Do you know anything about that property around there, Sus? If that was possibly anywhere near a cemetery or...
I was going to say, it looks like he's digging a grave or
Mhm.
burying something.
No, it couldn't be Sky, because... Or CJ, sorry. Holy shit.
By the blood of the Lamb. Look at the sun. Look at the Lord shining. Go. Go. You must be go. Go into your realm. Go. You must go. You must leave here. Go. In the name of Jesus, you must go. You must go. You
I
must go.
don't think
You
it's an
must
evil
go.
scenario.
You must go. You must go. Jesus' name, you must
Not going
go.
anywhere.
You must go in the power of the blood. You must go. No weapon formed against it shall prosper. You must go in the name of Jesus. You must go.
It stopped.
He said, fine, I'm going.
This was like the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
Oh.
We have no TV on.
Something's still moving
You
there.
must go.
There he
You
goes.
must go.
Yeah.
More of the blood. You must
That was
go.
wicked.
You cannot be here.
That is insane. Wow.
That's weird.
Genuinely a figure.
Okay, you guys, this is very clearly the entire full body shape of what I'm going to say is a male, adult male. It's, yeah, that's what a residual haunting is, Karma, like he's on loop, right?
Yeah.
And it goes round and round, does the same thing again and again.
Lisa, it's no, Donna, that's no joke. That is a spirit.
There is nothing outside.
But didn't Sus say that they didn't see it again after that? That it was just
After
that one
that,
time?
right. Yeah, there's nobody over there. There's no way that
So-
reflection would make that happen.
So if it was just a residual haunting, you'd think that they'd see it more than once.
Well,
That it
that's
would be
true too.
happening
Yeah,
again and
that is
again.
true. Very true.
Seems to be stuck, like I say, in a time warp.
Did your uncle, let me ask this, did your uncle that you know of ever do anything that is kind of like this? Digging holes or anything like that, do you know? Or work on the street? Hey, Salty, work on the road crew or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? My uncle worked for the government. Okay. Do you know what he did? This is insane, you guys.
Almost like he's repeating the same action over and over and over. Put the cross up against him. Down.
The whole thing that got me is when the blind gets pulled up. That was it.
And there's
That was
nothing there.
right.
Yeah.
And then it starts to happen again. That was it for me right there.
He's just looked like he fell.
Oh, that's a good point. Captain Jenks says he might be or must be letting the family know he buried something important there or somewhere.
Could be.
I haven't either, Karma. I follow paranormal stuff like solidly. I've never seen anything like this before in my life ever. Wow.
To his knees.
Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at the sun on the cross. Look. Look. Come over here and look at the sun on the cross.
I see it.
I think Sus is the one filming it. As soon as that cross went up, that thing laid down.
Got back up.
Look,
He laid down.
You can see him
the
moving.
entire time you had that cross on him.
Again, there it goes. With the blind
have
up,
it
there's
in my
nothing
video.
there.
He's still there.
Holy shit.
He's still doing his repetitive motion.
I'm not
Now
in-
he's.
not
It's
in-
not an evil spirit, whatever it is. It's
This is
a
nice.
vision. Somebody,
Be gone. in the
a
name
vision
of
of somebody
Jesus.
caught in the
Be gone,
past.
Jesus, in the name of Jesus, by the blood of the Lamb. Look at the sun. Look at the Lord shining. Go.
Oh, wow. I
Go.
bet that was
You must
interesting,
go.
Salty.
Go into your realm. Go. You must go. You must leave here. Go. In the name of Jesus, you must go. You must go. You must go. You do not belong here. You must go. You must go. You must go.
This alone is worth the
Jesus
entire
said
show
you must
tonight. I've
go.
never, ever
You
in my
must
life
go.
seen anything
Power
like
of the
this.
blood. You must go. No weapon formed against it shall prosper. You must go in the name of Jesus. You must go.
And it stops for a little bit.
This was like the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
Uh-huh. I'm right with you.
Honestly, I just watched
I
it.
agreed,
We have
Captain.
no
I'm
TV
speechless
on.
too. There's nothing to say about something like this. This is what I'm saying,
You
okay?
must go. By the power
When
of
you
the Lord,
cannot,
you must go. You cannot be here.
wow, when you cannot give a logical explanation to something, what else is that? What else is there?
I love the woman with the cross too.
Yeah.
Like she's got some guts going up, and she's got that sorry, my gummy's kicking in.
They're
She's
not
got
holding
that
back.
energy.
You
She
go,
has
right.
the same energy as like you'd picture like a little southern old lady, and there's like a massive animal coming in, and they're just like, "Gone, get!"
Yeah,
Like no fucks given,
now.
not afraid. She's just like, "In the name of Jesus, leave."
I love it. I do. It's great.
I love it. Yeah, she's like, "Get out of here."
Wow, guys. Wow. I don't have words for that. I don't. Holy shit. There's no way to explain that away. There's nobody else in that house. There's nobody on the other side of the room. I can't even. I don't know what to say to that.
That was definitely a cool video.
Wow. Do you mind if I hang on to this and do things with it myself, Sus, and like break it down and stuff like that? Yeah, that's something to be proud of. She definitely knows God, and she's very close with God, and that's a good thing. So
Yeah, I love it. She was not afraid at all. She was just like, "Nah, not today. Get out of here.
my uncle
Go back."
My uncle works for Lockheed Martin. Okay. Huh. Wow. Well, I mean, what do you say to that?
Holy shit. That's what I said. Holy shit.
That's all you can say.
That was crazy.
It's daytime.
I thought for sure when the shade went up that like you'd at least see like a neighbor across the street or something. But there's nothing. There was nothing there. It was crazy.
How long ago was this video taken, Sus? I can't wait to show my wife this. Wow. Just wow. Okay, guys. All right.
Yeah, Barbara said, "Devil not today."
Right. My dog jumped up on me and it scared the pee out. Don't pee yourself. November of last year. Okay. November. Do you have a date for when that happened? Have you had anything other, not that same situation, Sus, but have anything else happened around you or you guys at all? Some say my dad is stuck, which I find interesting. My dad was not religious, but just an outstanding individual. Never heard him say damning word. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear, Ray. Wow. Okay, again, guys, phone number is 234-703-4047. Please give me a call and tell your story, please. We'd love to hear it. Give us a yell. Hold on, it should be up and on. Okay. Says receiving calls. Let's do this.
Tell us what you've seen and experienced yourselves.
Please do. That's what it's all about tonight. I want to hear your stories if you have them. If you're not comfortable doing it through the phone line, let me know and I can drop a link and you can join us up here and we'll do it that way too. No Bandcamp stories.
Doodle.
No Bandcamp stories tonight. Again, 234-703-4047. Let's talk about it. Okay. Thank you, Stas. Somebody better call. I want to hear somebody's stuff. What about you? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Are you still in here? Now nobody wants to talk to us.
Well, dang. Every other time we've done this, we get comments that are like, I want to tell you what happened to me. I want to tell you my experiences. And then we do this and people are like, eh.
No, Doodle, I don't need to hear the flute stories. Doodle, I'm good. Where did Ramen go? Ramen said something about calling in earlier.
Yeah, I think it got to be a little late for some people.
It's only going on one.
Only.
That's not late for me, but
No, it's not for me either, but a lot of people go to bed earlier.
tomorrow's the weekend. I could swear I got pushed down the steps at my brother's house. It was something pushed me. I've heard other people tell stories about feeling like something pushed against them and falling down or shoving back and stuff like that. I have heard those types of stories before. It's kind of interesting to me.
Salty, do you want to come up and talk about it?
What'd she say?
She says that she's got a few stories, but the spirits are always trying to talk to her.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a minute. I'll give you a link. 1 second. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Boom. Okay, there you go. All right, well, there's your link. Let me drop this down. Let me shut that down. We'll concentrate on that. Good point, Miss Paula. I dropped you a link in Discord, Salty. There she comes. Doink. Hello. Welcome back, dear.
Hello.
How are ya?
I'm pretty good. I was like, I got hungry and I needed to go like get something to eat, but I haven't done that yet, so I'm gonna do that in a minute. But
Okay.
I was listening to you guys talk, and the first thing, like Miss Barbara just said, when my sisters and I were young, we shared a bedroom, and I was asleep with one of my sisters, and my other sister was in the other bed by herself. We had bunk beds or whatever. And the two of us that were on the bottom at the same exact time, we woke up screaming and felt something was pushing us. It was pushing us hard in against the wall. And I remember our mom ran in and, lights came on. She grabs us. My dad is in there by then. They each grab a kid, and we're both telling the same exact story. My mom always believed us because my mom and her family were in tune. My dad doesn't buy into any of that, right? So it's different. But my mom always knew. And that was my first experience. So that's a very great. When she brought that up, I was like, oh man.
Wow.
And that was many, many years ago. And my sisters and I have never forgotten any detail about that night. And we discussed it when we got older and became adults.
Yeah,
we discussed it many times, but when we finally realized the force that we were being pushed, how hard it was, like there was nothing we were kids, yes, but we were fighting back.
Yeah.
Pushing back against it, and no, it was pushing us full force. It was so weird. I've never experienced that again, though.
How were you being pushed, like from your chest, your back, or your
whole
arm?
back of us? It felt like something. She was being pushed into me, and we were being pushed into the wall, and then I could feel but she was little, so she could only push into me so hard, not enough to push me into the wall like that. You know what I mean? I could feel the force coming down on both of us. And I couldn't even roll over to face her. My back was to her, and my face was against the wall. So I couldn't even see anything. Plus, it was, it was nighttime.
Yeah,
it was a crazy, crazy experience.
I bet. It is a crazy experience, and you've never experienced it again. Now,
not that, no.
What was there anything specifically, like, I know you had said something, but like specifically traumatic that may have happened around that period of time or in that space, like specific space at that time?
No, we never had anything traumatic in our childhood ever, other than losing like grandparents, but we were older. There was nothing about that place where we lived that nothing had happened there that we knew of, right? Mm-hmm. Didn't mean that something didn't happen there before we lived there.
Right.
Because we rented that place, we were kids. I don't know the backstory of who lived there before that. I know how long that house was there afterwards and who lived in it after we did. But nothing was ever reported. I didn't know of anything that ever happened with the other family that lived there.
Okay.
So it was odd that it happened that night. And I think I always felt my mom felt like whoever or whatever it wasn't tied to the house so much.
Maybe they were attached to you guys more often?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, got you. I understand that completely. My wife, that's how my wife came to believe that she was sensitive, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Things have happened to her in multiple places. Okay, for instance, she had a pair of shoes that she had just gotten the shoes. She loved them. They were just like those slip-on, like ballet-looking slippers. This was way back when she was younger. And never got to wear them one time. She had them set out, ready for school to put on with her clothes laid out. You know how you did that when you were kids. She goes to bed. She wakes up, goes to get dressed. The shoes are missing. And I had other people testify to this to me. My mother-in-law, her ex-husband, and somebody else. I think my wife's uncle. She goes to get up the next morning, and literally it was like 8 hours from the time she went to bed till the time she got up. Nobody was in or out of the house. Nobody was in or out of her room. Nothing changed. She goes to sleep, wakes up, starts to get dressed, realizes the shoes aren't there. Walked around the whole house, got pissed off, screaming and yelling, angry, accusing her mom of doing something with him or just making a joke, this and that, everything else. She was running late for school, had to get dressed, put something else on and went off to school. She went. And she was still upset about it for, a couple weeks after that because she liked those shoes. Eventually, her mother bought her another pair. 3 years later, this was a house they lived in. It was rental. Okay. 3 years later, they were, what the hell was happening? They had to replace something on the roof by the chimney, right? So the workers are up there on the chimney and so on and so forth, doing their work, this and that on the roof, come downstairs with these shoes. I'm not bullshitting you. With these shoes in his hand. A tag was still attached because she hadn't taken the tag off of it yet, and asked if somebody needed these. They were faded to hell. They were broken down from weathering and this and that. And my wife lost her mind. She was like, what the hell? Like, where did you find those at? They were sitting side by side, the guy said, like you put shoes right next to the chimney on the roof. What is that all about? Yes. Very neatly, like somebody placed them there. And my wife swore up and down to my mother-in-law, like, you did that on purpose, or to her, stepdad. You did that on purpose. On they were both completely shocked, she said. She goes, she said, I watched them for a while to see if they were playing a prank on me, this and that, everything else. And she said, I really got a vibe from them that they were telling the truth, period. She goes, it was the strangest thing, one of the strangest things. And she had jewelry come up missing that was found later in different places. Weird shit like that. But that was the big one of finding
I think that might be an ancestor messing with her.
That's what I was going to say. It sounds like somebody that was
with a good sense of humor.
Yeah, it's a trickster type spirit. It happens to me all the time since my brother passed. And he was always playing pranks on me and on all of us when he was alive. And now, like, I'll set something down and I'll know exactly where I put it. And I'll go to grab it a minute later and it's gone. And I will look through the entire damn house to try to find this thing. And I come back and it's back where it was,
and that's when I turn around and look at the air and go, okay, I see you.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, no, I'll talk to him. I'll be like, okay, asshole, you're fucking messing with me again. Okay.
Yep. What the hell, leave me alone, man. I'm tired.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the crazy thing. The numbers, Barbara, is 234-703-4047 here. Let me do this. All right. So, yeah, that one was like, she was so angry, and then she was weirded out, completely weirded out when they found him. Like I said, oh, here comes a call. Hold on.
Call from the air.
Hello, hello.
Holly.
Okay. They hung up, whoever that was. So that, like I said, they were weathered, cracked, broken down. I think they were like a. I think they were a.
Call from Holly.
All right. Hello, Miss Holly. How are you tonight?
Hey there, how are you? It's been a little while.
That's okay. I'm great. Can you guys hear her okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. So what can we do for you, Miss Holly?
Well, chat told me to call in if we've ever had any paranormal experiences, and I have a little handful, so I called in to just share and rattle them quickly off to you guys to contribute to the stream.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so a little background, and it's okay if people disagree with me, but my experiences, I want to preface this by saying that I did not believe, I was not a Christian. I am now. During the first 35 or so years of my life, I am now 49. I'm not afraid because I don't look like it. So yeah, there you go. So this is not faith-based, if you will. Okay, so beginning when I was a little girl, I would say age 7. I used to go to sleep with my radio, and something touched me while I was laying in my bed. I was wide awake. I was not sleeping. I didn't have any mental disorders or anything like that. But there was something that grabbed my side. I was laying on my left side, and something grabbed me like it was trying to tickle me. And it was enough to make me jump out of the bed. So naturally, that young, I went to my mother's room, and she basically put me back to bed. But the next day, she called me aside, and she said, you know, she said, I saw hooked angels on my bed the other night. And I didn't know what those were. So she said that they were little angels about a foot or a foot and a half tall, with wings that had what looked like little hooks, like fishing hooks for wings. And so fast forward a couple years, my mother's brother, who is now deceased, we called him Chipper, he told me when I shared this experience that he was laying in bed and before going to sleep, and he claimed to be Christian at the time, but I really didn't know what that meant. But he called it a demon. So that's why I preface this to say I was not a Christian at the time. I was raised in the church, but I wasn't, in the faith. Okay. So he said that he was laying in bed on his back and that he saw a huge snake, like the size of my body, like wide, going from the ground up the wall into the ceiling. And then he said it went poof into a puff of smoke and it disappeared. And so that really kind of freaked me out. And it wasn't long after that, I would say my early teens, I was laying in bed and all of a sudden my radio, because I always had to have sound on, there was no reception. Well, I got up and I went to the loo to just kind of splash my face because I wasn't tired anymore. I couldn't sleep because I didn't have a radio, and the faucet was on. So I went to go ask my mom if she had turned the faucet on, and she said no. And I went back to the bathroom and I turned off the faucet, and then the light started flickering. And it wasn't a pattern. It was a random turning off and turning on, and there was no sound to it. Well, I was scared of the dark. I was up by myself, so I turned on the TV. And there was like this prayer line on there. And so I grabbed the phone with like the 30-foot cord that we all know and love. And I called and said, well, I don't know what to do other than pray. And, my mom says to pray when I'm scared. So I'm calling in so some stranger prayed with me. And
how old were you?
I would say I was about 14 or 15 at that time. And so the lady, so the phone cord actually reached out onto my back patio because I wanted to get away from the light flickering and from the faucet going on and off. So I was outside through the screen door, partially open on the phone with this woman, and she was praying for me. She said, just say the name of Jesus and it'll go away. And I was like, okay. It didn't go away with anything else I did. So I hung up the phone and I went inside and I did what she said. And I said, Jesus says to go away. And all of a sudden stuff stopped. I don't know. Then, and I wasn't schizophrenic, by the way. I'd never heard voices before, so I also want to preface this. But I was about 17 or 18, so I'm much older. I was not a mom yet, so you know what? I correct myself. I know that I was not in my late 18th year, because that's whenever I gave birth to my first child. So I wasn't a mom yet. But I was about done with high school. So yeah, late 17th to 18. And I heard voices with my ears. This was not in my head. It was quiet, and it said Holly. And it was clear enough to where I thought somebody was in the room. But I live with my mom and also my younger sister, and they were sleeping. There was nobody in the house awake at all. And I looked, but I know that I heard a voice. And so I'll end this to say, and this kind of led into me getting into New Age, and I soon after left, but I've always had the ability since, again, go back to about age 7, to where I knew things. Without people saying anything. I knew what was going to happen. I knew what somebody was going through, like details.
Like deja vu, or
no, like before it ever happened. Like here's a recent example. My husband, he had an SRT4, and he loved that car. And we hadn't gotten married yet, so we've been together since 2005, so that would be a pretty accurate year. 2005 is when this happened. And I told him that just out of the blue, I just knew it. I said, your car is going to be taken away in 3 months. I didn't sit down. I didn't meditate. I've never meditated. I just don't. I have no problem with people that want to do that. I just never did. I knew things. They came to me, and I told him, I said, your car is going to go away. You're going to lose your car within 3 months. And sure enough, in 3 months, the repo guy, because of missed payment, showed up at my now husband's job. We were not married at the time, but we were living together, and took away his car. And he came home, and he's like, how did you know that? I said, I don't know. I just knew. And it happened so frequently that what I did is that's what got me started into tarot. I got a deck from Barnes and Noble, because the sad thing, Dago, is that I never knew anything good that was going to happen. It was always something bad. Always. And it involved people that I love. It was never about myself. I'm like, okay, well, whoever or whatever is telling me what's going to happen to people that I care about.
So they were premonitions in a sense, basically.
Yeah,
they're very overwhelming, and when they have
premonitions, absolutely. But it was so bad, and it was always something bad happening, that I wanted to try to control it, because I couldn't control when it happened to me. So I went down to Barnes and Noble. I got a tarot deck, and then in Houston, because that's where I live, there is I don't know if it's still open, but it was in the Montrose area. It's called the Black Cauldron. So you guys can probably look that up if you want. But I researched that, and I went down there to the Black Cauldron. I got a book of shadows. I got some ingredients from what I saw were spells, and I started making a book of shadows for myself, and got some items. And the last example I'll give you before I wrap this up is I had started putting that together, and my husband, who, again, we were living together at the time, we were not married, so I would say I was probably 36 or 37 at this time, and he was complaining about nightmares. So I said, well, would you be willing for me to cast a spell on you and try out one of these spells that I've been working on? And he said yes, and so I did that. And I made up a concoction. I don't remember the ingredients I did then, but it's been too long. But I did it over him, and he went to sleep, and he woke up, and I kid you not, Dago, the first words out of his mouth was, "That was the best sleep I ever got in my life, Holly. I don't know what you did." And I was like, wow. So so that was my attempt to control, the premonitions. And believe it or not, soon after that happened, the premonitions stopped. I stopped knowing for the first time
You
in my
closed
life.
yourself off to them.
So
They
I
did.
really think that was paranormal along with everything else.
Well, Salty just said, because she can't hear you, Salty. Salty just said that you closed yourself off to them, which is why they stopped, is why that's all about. So that does make sense. I've heard that before.
Well, I wasn't saved when they stopped either. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I don't understand, because some people have told me, well, that's because you're a Christian. I'm like, I wasn't a Christian until like the past 3 years. Okay.
It's not nothing to do with it.
So that's not happening. And I never said in the name of Jesus stop or anything like that either. I did it that one time whenever I was a little girl. So I would agree. Part of me wanted to at least close them off because they were all bad. They were all, and I have thin skin, and it was really emotionally rough on me to know bad things that were going to happen to my family. I even knew when some people were going to die before they died. And I did. So if that's the term that people want to say, that I closed myself off, then okay, then I'll just say that they're right, because it was too much. It really was. And when I say too much, this was like every other day. This was really, really often.
I'm sure that that's probably horrifying, to be honest with you, when you don't know what the hell's going on and you have no control over something like that, and it keeps happening. That would be scarier than hell for me. I'm sorry. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that for sure.
So anyway, but I have to confess, and then I'll open it up, to hear other people, and also so I can turn my sound on and hear what people are saying. I'll definitely be rewatching this.
Okay.
But because I came in so late, but I have a love-hate relationship with that. So that's what I'll wrap it up with a little bow. I hated knowing what was going to happen to people that I cared about, but at the same time, because I'm a deep feeling person and because I am nosy, I'm a Texas girl, and I have to know everything. I also don't like being in the dark. And so I kind of feel like I am, since I don't get those anymore. So it's like I want to know, but I don't want to know, if that makes sense.
It does. Have you ever experimented with, and I'm not telling you to, I'm asking if you have, but have you ever experimented with like a Ouija boards or anything like that?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
But I didn't name that because I was probably 12, and it was at a slumber party, and I think some of the girls were fooling it, making it move. I'm not 100% that it was doing it by itself. It was very slight and very hard to notice, and so I didn't take that seriously.
But have you always been drawn to stuff like that?
I will also say that I don't know if it matters or not, but we actually made the Ouija board ourselves. Like, we wrote the letters and we arranged it, and we
you can't do that.
Glass looking thing, little light thing.
Yeah, no, that's not.
We didn't have one that's like in the box.
Right. Typically, that doesn't work that way. And Andy wanted to know, because I know you guys can't hear them. She wanted to know if you have always been drawn, or were you drawn to things like Ouija boards and stuff like that at all while you were young?
I am glad that, so I assume that's Salty, because I can see the circle, but I muted it for the call. Yes. And you know what? I mean, I have my own beliefs about the paranormal, and I'll keep those to myself for the sake of the stream. I respect those that believe in it. I personally feel that I know the origins of it, but I have to say that even as a Christian, just because you get saved is the term people say, doesn't mean that everything is fixed. It doesn't mean that. Even the Apostle Paul, I think in the book of Galatians,
agree.
is like, I do the very things that I don't want to do, and I don't do the things that I know that I should. Well, this is an ongoing battle. So people are like, well, you're a Christian, and so that means you don't desire it. And I'm like, actually, I have to disagree with you. I am drawn to the paranormal, just like, you were saying that Salty was trying to ask. I always have been interested. Scary movies, turn the lights out. Do you guys know the game? I'm showing my age now. Silent Hill. Ooh, turn the lights off.
Yes.
I don't, and I'm like, Lord, and when I pray, I'm like, Lord, I know I shouldn't be watching this stuff, or I shouldn't be thinking about it, but I can't help it because I'm just drawn to it, and
Right.
It really is just a thing. So with me, so Salty is correct.
I get it. Absolutely.
He's
And
right.
I appreciate you sharing that with us. I mean, that's scary and interesting and all of those things at one time. So yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, I see there's a couple people trying to call in. Let's finish
go
this
ahead
call and we'll go ahead and roll through.
Thank
Holly,
you so much, Dago. Good to talk to you again. And
It's
thank you, Salty, for your questions too.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for calling us, Holly. We appreciate that and you sharing with us very much.
Oh, yeah. Good talking to you.
Okay. Night.
All right. Have a good night, hon. All right. Thank you very much. That's crazy stuff. Yeah. For some reason, they can't hear. I don't know what I don't do right with this, but whoever was just trying to call in, go ahead and give us a call back. Or who do we have? Wait. I think Barbara was trying to call first. We'll find out.
Call from
Ray Ballett.
Hello. Who are we speaking with again?
Hey, is this Dago? This is Ray Ballett.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Well, thank you for having me, sir.
Absolutely. What can we do for you tonight? What do you have to share with us?
Well, I have a lot to share. First, I want to say that I really love your channel and everything that happens on it, and how you deal with all the drama.
That's always fun. I appreciate that. Very much.
Drama sucks. Yeah, but about the paranormal stuff, I've had it since I was 10 years old, and I woke up one morning and I had a dream about my grandmother that I had died before I was born. I went out to the kitchen and I told my mom I had a dream about grandma, and she asked me about it, and there was a big grassy hill with a carousel on top, and she was in a white dress with her hair flowing all over the place. And my mom's like, yeah, my mom had long hair, but she always wore it in a bun. And I said, and she was telling me to come. And my mom said, don't go. All I got to say, don't go, Ray. Don't go.
Why? Right.
And she was always my angel. And I've heard stories of when, after she passed away, she came back as a ghost or whatever. You hear all these stories, right?
Right.
And these are my personal experiences, and I was just like, can everybody hear me okay?
I can. I think they can too, yes.
You think you can?
Yeah, we can.
But I think it's just like religion. It's just a personal thing. It happens with somebody inside them. You know, if you feel so adamant against it all, it's not going to happen.
I think that the way this stuff, in my opinion, I think somebody that can, like with what Holly was saying and what you're saying and things like that, and Salty, for instance, and a few other people that I do know, I think it's about how open your mind is, for one. I think that some people are born with specific talents that they don't even know how to, what it is or why. I think I think it's a lot about that. People that have no belief in any of this stuff, that don't want to believe in it, that are afraid of it, they're not going to feel it, in my opinion. That's just me.
And they're not going to feel it. You got to understand it. You got to appreciate their feelings, right?
Exactly. That makes perfect sense. Yes. So that's just my opinion on that personally. That doesn't
Well,
mean
with
that's
me, it's every woman in my family basically has
I
abilities.
actually believe in the paranormal and all that, and I understand how other people feel and stuff like that, like how they feel about their politics and everything else. It all has to do with personal experience. Just like the Idaho 4. I mean, I live in Washington. I mean, Sunday and Monday were my days off, and I'm a football watcher. I get up Sunday and I'm looking for the football game. Washington now. Oh, it was international. It was 6 o'clock this morning. Well, I was dead asleep at that time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then I hear about the Idaho 4. I'm just like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. I was just taken back by the whole thing.
I get it.
I just, I was just like, I just could not believe it. And having a son myself in the college years, it just hit harder. It's like, oh my God. So it always stuck with me, and I followed it and I followed it. I try not to go down the rabbit holes, which there's a lot of them.
Yes, there is.
There's also a lot of possibilities. I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, the possibilities are crazy.
They're endless.
And how do you come to this one?
There can be. That's very true. Very true.
Good Dago, I want to think I finally talked to you.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to talk to you. I am grateful for you calling in. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate you sharing, your experience and stuff like that. And I will.
Well, I believe in paranormal, and I don't know, I just do. Like I told you, my dad wasn't religious. My mom was a diehard Catholic.
Absolutely. And I think this is Ray Baldick, but guys, that Catholic Church is very strange with all this stuff. I'll put it that way from my understandings. So
see, I was raised Catholic, and so was my husband, but we were raised that way. But you know what I mean?
Like me, I was raised that way, but I'm not a practicing Catholic at all.
Right. My sister calls it a cafeteria Catholic. We pick and choose.
Absolutely, I get that. It makes sense. That's how it works sometimes, unfortunately.
I mean, you don't have a choice of how you're raised, but after what you're raised, you can go ahead and pick and choose.
Yeah, right.
Make your own decisions.
I was born and raised Catholic, Lutheran, and then once I got out of the house, I kind of just didn't do much of anything. My wife is a Christian, and I kind of follow along with that, because she's not comfortable with Catholicism at all, and that's the way she was raised, and I get it. And it's to each your own. It has no bearing on me. I know what I believe, and I've always been the type of person that feels that you don't have to go to church to believe in God. You don't have to go to church to worship God. You don't have to you could do it in your bathroom, your kitchen, wherever you are. I just think that some of those scenarios are just they're put out there and overly pushed on us at some point, so.
Yeah. Well, you look at those extravagant churches. I mean, it's empty space.
Yes, very much.
Think about it. And you have homeless people. I mean, really?
Yeah, agreed.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But this is my dad in me. I mean, can you imagine a dad that never went to church, but he drove his mom there? My mom.
Oh, I know a lot of people like that. I know a whole bunch of people like that. I do. I absolutely do. But thank you again for calling, dear. I'm going to have to change it out and let somebody else call in.
Okay. Thank you, Dago.
Following the show, calling in. I hope to hear from you again soon. So have a great night, Ray.
And okay.
Thank
you, Chuck. Thank you, everybody. Love you. Bye.
You too, dear. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, Ray. I tell you what I'm going to do, Miss Barbara. I'm going to call you back because I see you were trying to call. Oh, hold on. What did I do here? Shit. Shoot. Shucks. Hold on. All right. Let's try this again. I wish I could figure out a way to make this thing work to where everything worked right and everybody could hear everybody right. 2833. I think that's it. I think this is you, Miss Barbara. Wait, what is going on? Miss call. Okay. Hold on a minute. I'm doing something wrong. There we go. Let's see.
Hello?
Hello, is this Miss Barbara?
Yes.
All right. Sorry
How are
about
you?
that. I am wonderful. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm glad I have you guys because you guys keep me sane
And
at night.
we're glad that we have you too. I promise you that. And again, happy birthday. I'm sorry you had a crappy day today. I really am.
It's just tough not having my kids on my birthday, but
I get it. I get it. I do. That's why I'm glad that you're here with us. I'll tell you that much.
thank you. But I did want to tell you about my brother lived in this house in Festus, Missouri. And we were there visiting, and my brother was telling us all the stuff that was going on in the house, and we didn't believe it. Like the water would get turned on, or the TV would get turned on in the next room, and then it would go off when it wanted to. It was the strangest thing. And I kind of was making fun of him one day over at his house. And I walked by the basement steps, and something pushed me down the steps. It was the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my lifetime.
That is, and like I said, you know, when you trip, you slip, you fall up, whatever it is. When something touches your body, you feel that force. Just like Salty explained her story, you feel that force. There's no questioning that. So yeah, that's got to be crazy and a crazy scenario. I got to be honest with you. That's wild to me.
Oh, it was an old house, and there was a basement downstairs, and there was a small room that was outside the basement. And so we opened the door, which we probably shouldn't have, and there was some like a spoon and a cup and a little table in there. So we just left it alone. But my nephew took something out of that room, and after that was taken out of that room, that house was weird. I mean, it was just nuts. They even had to move out of the house because they left one time, and when they came home, you couldn't even touch the knobs on the door to get into the house because they were so hot they'd burn your hands. And their animals went through to the window and just stayed in that window because they left for the night. And their animals made it, but that house was the creepiest house I've ever been around.
Wow.
I didn't believe any of this, but I'm listening to this tonight with you guys, and I remember being at my brother's house and all the strange things that happened in that house. I mean, it almost killed their animals. They had to move out and everything. The house is still there.
That reminds
Who
me
lives there.
That reminds me of the story about the house in Indiana. Andy, do you remember that house? I think
The Demon House in Gary, Indiana.
Demon House had a Gary. Yeah, that one had a lot of those same markings along with that story. And that it was the same stuff. It was the same type of experiences, which to me, if you believe in this type of stuff, would be considered like a demon type possession, haunting of the home. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite common.
Yeah, very much so.
The bathtub would come on, the water in the bathtub would come on by itself. There was some weird things happened in that house.
That's a good thing they got out then. Definitely a good thing they got out.
Yeah. They're no longer with us, but yeah,
Wow.
they
Sorry for
they
that.
moved.
That's
I just wanted to share that because it was crazy. And then I'm listening to you guys and hearing your stories, and it reminded me of being pushed down the steps. I knew I got pushed down the steps.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean,
It sounds like the beginning stages of a demonic infestation.
But now it's just infested.
What'd you say, Barbara?
I said I could show you where the house is to this day. It's in Festus, Missouri. The house is still there.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that sounds like well, what Andy just said is why
There's 3 different stages with demonic hauntings or whatever, and that would be it. what they would consider demonic
Well,
infestation.
you guys have a good evening. I don't want to keep you, but I just wanted to share that because this all reminded me of that house.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I appreciate it. I love hearing from you any and every time. So again, happy birthday. And I hope
Thank you
that,
all for the happy birthday.
thank you for being here with us tonight, Miss Barbara. We
Happy
appreciate
birthday, Miss Barbara.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, good night. So that type of stuff right there, that's the stuff that creeps me out. I've had a couple people tell stories that have come to me with stories. One guy, when I first started doing this, he came to me with some, I think Molly was here for it, and a couple other people might have been here for it. They sent me a video, okay? And the guy told me this story about his girlfriend physically attacking him after a period of time. Here's what they did. They both decided, first of all, he was a little bit of a wild child, and he used to run around with a motorcycle club called, oh my God, what were they called? It's another version of a word for demon, but it's not demon. It's something else. The pagans, sorry, not demon. I didn't mean demon. I meant something else. They were called the pagans. Okay. He was a member of that club. His mom and his family were all over him about different things. So on and so he quit the club. I'll just put it that way. Decided he wanted to be saved and started going to church. Him and his girlfriend. His girlfriend never went to church a day in her life. Never had any kind of a religious background. Nothing like this. Okay. And I wish I might still have the video. I could try to dig and pull it up. But anyway. Or no, it was in my other computer. Damn it. But it should still be in my email. I'll look. Anyway, they started going to church. They started taking these classes of some sort, he was saying, because they were both going to be saved, and it was a Christian church, all that stuff. He comes home from work one day, and he starts to talk to her, asked her a couple questions, I guess, and she flips out and physically attacked him. She bit him. And she was trying to kill him, he said. She was choking on him. She's screaming in his face, I will kill you, blah, 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 blah. Scratching at him, biting him, this and everything else. He finally got her off of him, okay? Like, he had to hit her, and then he pushed her up off of him and got up and took off and was like, what the hell is wrong with you? So on and so forth. This was just a tiny little thing. I want to say she was like 5'2". She weighed like 100 pounds soaking wet. Very sweet person, too, by the way. Very sweet lady. Never a day in her life did she scream, yell, anything. Until that day. Hey, Groot. And he had stated that he'd noticed like she was a little moodier than normal, and he just put it off as that she was just having bad days or whatever. Up to that point, that happened. So they obviously they break up, okay? And he talks to her on the phone because they had a dog together and blah blah blah. And he's like, she won't talk to him about that day. It was 3 months that they had not seen each other after that happened. She left and he left that night. Then she ends up leaving and moving back with her mom or something like that. He comes back. He said in the house it's got this just weird feel to it, blah, blah, blah. And he sent me a video of her by herself there coming out of the house into like a sun porch to go get something, banging around stuff. And you see these weird shadows at the door. The dog in the house, guys, starts freaking out with this weird noise when she leaves the house until she comes back in. And I'm trying to remember because this was almost a year and a half ago that this happened, or 2 years ago. But anyway, so when he's having these conversations with her, she will not talk about that situation. She acts like it never happened. Okay. He brought it up a couple of times. She's like, you're crazy. That never happened. This, that, and everything else. So on. So he's like, but it did. I came home. You attacked me. You tried to kill me. You threatened to kill me. Blah, blah, blah. No idea. She doesn't want to hear about it. She gets angry with him when he brings it up and hangs up on him. She stops going to the church thing. He continues doing it. He goes and he talks to his pastor about it, so on and so forth. And his pastor says, maybe she just doesn't is not comfortable with this because she never was involved in that kind of stuff. She didn't know what it was, and I guess he was when he was younger. And so, like I said, he sent me this footage, and I was watching it, and there's shadowy things you see going on in it, and I really will try to find it for you guys. And I just thought, and he was very like real about this story. He was really upset about it. He started freaking out, crying a little bit when we were talking. And he believes that she was possessed. Those were his thoughts after this whole thing. When he talked to the pastor of his church, the pastor avoided that completely and just said maybe she's just having a bad time, or she's not into you anymore, or maybe she feels like you're trying to force her to do this whole thing with the church. And it wasn't like that at all. He was like, Joe, I don't care. It was her idea to begin with, not mine. So I was always curious about that. And then he communicated back and forth with me for a while. I looked at his video. I analyzed it. I said, I don't see anything. I talked to some of the people that I associate with in what I do, and they were like, that's kind of crazy, so on and so forth. And then I hadn't heard from him since. Now, another friend of mine, that's how I know him, told me that he's doing okay now. Those two never got back together. And I think that he has not seen nor heard nothing from her. She told him to keep the dog and to leave her alone. So I don't know, but I just thought that was a crazy ass story. And this video, I want to find it because it does have some shadowing that he showed me that pointed out in the door when she walks, and the noise the dog makes really weirds me out. The dog, he said, the dog is a dog he's had for 10 plus years. It's like a German Shepherd that started acting really funny inside the house, like staring at walls and whining, like just being weird. And then at some point, the dog would not come anywhere near him. Okay. The dog never liked this woman, even though it was their dog together. And it's the whole story is weird to me. So, like I said, I haven't talked to him. It's been a while now. So that, what she just said, reminded me of that story. But anyway, I don't know, guys. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Some people get possessed, and people don't need to confuse like premonitions, things like that, with paranormal activity.
Right.
Because they're really kind of different.
Okay.
Well, they are different. I mean, they're not different, but it's not demonic when you have premonitions. And just because you can tell what's going to happen, and it may not always be good, you're not possessed. You know what I mean? You're literally been handed a gift, and what you do with that gift and how you handle it is what matters. And it's not easy. It's a when you realize it, if you ever realize it, because a lot of people don't realize it, and you turn it off, like she was saying, when I said she shut it down because the things that she was receiving were bad. And when you only receive the bad, you're done. You don't need it. You don't want to live a life like that unless you can develop the tools to handle it. So you shut it off. And if you do it good enough, they will stop sending you messages. It's as simple as that.
Right.
Why are some chosen and not others? I have no clue. It's not a fun thing to know.
I think it has something to do. I still believe it has something to do with like having an open mind and certain other things that are about you yourself, in my opinion.
You start to realize a lot of these things at a very early age. And normally your mother or your grandmother also does.
That's what I've understood too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's like my wife with her sensitivity, as I call it. My mother-in-law is the same way. And my wife's daughter, not my daughter, but my wife's daughter, she's got a little bit of it too, but she doesn't like that kind of stuff.
Right.
Believe in that, so she ignores it, and she just pushes it off as something else. Do you know what I mean?
In my family, it's all the women on my mom's side of the family.
Mine too is my mom's side.
All of us.
You know, there's my aunt's side. There's a lot, there. And when I fully understood what they were really about, it made me understand me more,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but it's not always fun knowing or walking into a room, being able to hear things you absolutely are not trying to hear, or, you know, and feel compelled to help somebody, but you have to learn to it's just hard. And when you know things are going to happen, you don't know when, where, or how. I watched it freak my mom out one night. We always knew my mom did this. It was part of who we were. Mama knows. It was just the way it was. And we were in the Waffle House that night. My mom had already told us that she had a horrible dream. And she said there's going to be a lady in a blue dress with flowers, and she's going to die in a car crash, and it's going to be horrible. And I think I need to stop her. And we are like, Mom, not again. You know, this is another one of your dreams. We're sitting there eating. This damn lady walks past our table, dress and all. And we all kind of look at each other. I got goosebumps right now. And my mom, I remember she got up and left and went outside and lit a cigarette. And I went out there because I'm the only one of her kids that understood.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what do you think we should do? She said, I'm not supposed to do anything.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just because you're given a gift does not necessarily mean you need to do something with it. Sometimes you can to
Sure.
prevent, but you don't, you know, you may not. And that bothered her and she hated it. What do? Do you approach a lady in a restaurant and say, hey, ma'am, please don't get in your car and drive home tonight?
Yeah, right. Right.
I had a dream. You don't know how that's going to be
That's
perceived.
that's I don't know how if I could handle something like that personally myself.
And that is why I hate all of these social media psychics, because
I
if they
know,
were
girl.
actual psychics, they wouldn't be doing this crap.
No, they don't
No.
put it up there like that. Absolutely not.
They absolutely wouldn't.
And that's like my wife, and she's not like, well, I guess she kind of is. Like, she doesn't get the premonitions per se. Her mother does though. But my wife will see. Hold on a minute, guys. Sorry, the inside of my eardrum is itching. Has that ever happened to you guys? It's crazy. She will like hear things, like clearly hear things, see things. Sometimes I told you the little experiences she has like that. She feels things more than knows things, if that makes any sense. Like, she'll get all right, like for instance, when we went to the Moundsville Reformatory, we were in the basement. It was called the Sugar Shack, and there was a story being told about an inmate that lived down there. Not the Sugar Shack, but the basement area where the maintenance room was, where the furnace was. They told a story about somebody being murdered down there he basically ran the boiler for the prison. My wife was 30 feet away from me in one corner of the room, and I'm standing here with an EVP and a camera. And it was pitch black in the room, and they're telling us the story about this. We're filming, and she was like, Joe, stop. And I went, huh? What are you talking about? And she goes, what the hell? And I said, what? She goes, how the hell did you get over there so fast? And I said, I've been standing here the whole time. What are you talking about? Because when we walked in, they asked us to spread out. So we fanned out in a circle, and he stood kind of in the middle and told the story. And she was like, what did you just do? And she turns her light on and looks around her. There's nobody standing by her. She's in a corner. When the guy was telling a certain part of the story, she felt like somebody took their hand and went up the back of her neck like this. Just like that is how she explained it. And the story he was telling, this guy used to do that to people to irritate them, just to piss with them, just to like, hey, do that. You know what I mean? And I guess the guy was a pervert and all sorts of things. He was in prison for a reason. And she was like, well, why would you do that to me after he was telling that part of the story? I'm like, Brandy, I'm 35 feet from you. I couldn't have touched you. And she looks at me and she was like, oh my God, that was so weird. But see, things like that happen to her where she'll get touched, or she'll feel something, or she'll get like the hot or cold feelings, the nausea. That same prison that we overnighted in, when we went to the med floor, I told you guys the 3rd floor. We went up there. You walk down the hallway. When you come into the unit where they kept all the patients at, we got within 10 feet of that, and she started getting so sick to her stomach.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's overwhelming.
Right. So then we
Do you
back
know
up.
why? She just picked up on all of that energy.
All the negative energy. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
exactly what that was.
exactly. It's like a gut punch.
And that's literally what happened. We had to sit down at some point, stand up. And I'm like, are you ready? Because we can't get to the other side other than going through this room. We run through the room, and she literally threw up on the other side of the room. Okay, out in the hallway. And I'm like, oh shit, now what do we do? And there, I'm like, I ain't cleaning this up. So anyway, and she was sick for a while. She turned white, pale. We had to go outside, blah, blah, blah. So on and so I'm like, what the hell is this all about? You know? And she has gotten that feeling before in other circumstances, never as strong, but we went through the medical unit at a prison, folks. Imagine the things that went on in that room.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, and those are the things that happened to my wife. Like, I live streamed for a paranormal channel when they went to the Octagon House in Kentucky. I live streamed their filming it. I live streamed the whole thing for them as they were filming it. And my wife was watching the stream on the TV while I was streaming it from here. And she's like, oh my God, this, that. And she's saying things about different things going on in the house. And we're here in Ohio. They were in Kentucky watching it on a TV. And she's picking up these weird ass feelings from people that were in the house. Molly was there for that too. And I'm saying things to the one guy that was leading the whatever the hell you call it they were doing there. And he is coming back with responses that match to what she's saying to me. It was so strange, you guys. I've never seen shit like this in my life. And
you have to accept it, man. Your wife's a chosen one.
That's all there is to it. And I don't get angry or upset or scared or none of that. It is weird. It is weird. But like I said, everywhere she has lived, everywhere we have lived,
she sounds like she just embraces it. It is what it is, and
that's what she does. That's exactly what she does.
That's the only way you can live.
That's the only way
it.
she said she can deal with it is by doing it. So she doesn't talk about it. She doesn't put it out. She doesn't want people judging her. It is what it is. And she's a very, very, very deep, heartfelt person and an empath for sure. She's a loving, caring person, and she presents it like just to look at her, you can see it and feel it. Okay. And she cares about everything and everybody. So she actually has literally physically felt sadness and pain from other people, she has told me, which is like,
oh yeah,
wow, okay.
Yeah,
that's a true empath. That's why when I say everybody is capable of sympathy, but for a true empath to walk into a room and someone is in that room who is like, say they have suffered a trauma, and you're in the room, you are literally about to take on every single thing they feel to a level you cannot explain to other people.
And see, I get some of that too, but I don't get the full blown pain. I get sadness. I get like deep sadness and bad, like I feel horrible for people and I want to take their emotions and just wipe it away for them. That's how I feel, if that makes any sense. Okay. She, on the other hand, if somebody's going through something like they lost their spouse or something, right? You know that pain. I know when you lose somebody you love, that pain you feel in your gut, that empty, that knot. She gets that feeling, and it's not even her. And it's like, how does that work? You know, and it drives her nuts. And so constantly, my wife is a hugger. She hugs everybody. Oh, come here, this and that, and she's hugging people. She just loves people, period. Which is why we work so well together. And it makes her sad. She gets depressed sometimes.
Yeah, you have to be careful. And that's the thing. You don't want to be rude and not be a hugger.
Right.
But sometimes you need to maybe not. And it's it's only to protect yourself. It's not to be rude. And I don't want that to come across the wrong way.
I know what you're saying though.
But
And then,
yes, learning how to protect your energy is really strange. because you don't think about that
Right.
as a problem, but it could be for a really strong empath.
Well, see, her biggest problem is, you guys, she has 2 degrees in psychology. So she's got the medical knowledge, psychological knowledge to these things. And having that along with what she has, it sometimes it don't mix. She fights within her head sometimes about this shit because there's a psychological, scientific reason for things. But then when you have these other things going on that don't match up with those reasons, it's hard for her sometimes. I'll just put it that way. But she's very good at keeping it to herself. She doesn't put it on to other people, if that makes any sense.
Most people with a true gift don't,
Right.
they can talk to certain people about it, but it's not something you just run around and tell the world
Yeah,
about.
like she would never come out here and tell you guys unless it was a generalized conversation and somebody directly asked her.
Yeah.
Which people have done that too. That's strange. There's people that have approached her that she does not know that have said things to her, and she's like, "Why the hell would they say that to me?" And I said, "Because I told you."
Because they
You're
know.
different.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it right there. So it's interesting stuff, but that's why we put that group together, because I'm super skeptic about everything. You could tell me that this pen, I think it's actually because I have oppositional defiant disorder, truly, but you could tell me this pen is a black pen, and I'll say, well, maybe it's dark blue. You know what I mean? That's me always trying to find another answer for everything first. So when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm completely skeptical about everything. Like, I want to see something. You want to tell me that this exists. You want to tell me that this is real, and you want to tell me that this has happened. You show me. Until you show me, I'll respect what you're saying, but I can't believe it until I see it in front of my own face. So that's why we did this, because we're both opposites. She's very easygoing and says, "Of course, I believe that this happens and that can happen," so on and so forth. And her
I'm a
mom is
skeptic, you know that, but I know
Oh
this shit
yeah,
happens. I experience it. So
yeah. That's it right there.
I've known it since I was at least 7 years old. That is my earliest true memory of knowing that, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I know right where I was, what we were doing, and what prompted me to think it. And I remember thinking I am very different. And
Yeah.
that's when I remember looking at my mom and thinking,
At that age,
I'm like you, right? I'm you. And
to
my
realize
grandmother and my great grandmother and my
to
cousin.
realize that you're
Yeah.
different at 7 years old says a whole lot for itself. Well, I have a question for anybody that knows anything about this then, because I have, even with this, the brain surgery affected like short-term stuff, not long-term. I actually have the ability, which it may not be anything at all. It's just weird to me, to remember things that happened to me, which I talked to a doctor before, and I even asked this question. They said that's not typically normal, what I'm about to tell you, but it does happen sometimes. And there's usually other things for that, reasons for that, but whatever. But I can remember things that happened when I was 2 years old. They say that our memories typically don't start till 3 going on 4 years old. I was 2, and I remember clear memories like the fire in my mom and I's apartment when I was 2, and what I was doing when that fire was happening, and everything that happened throughout that entire scenario. Okay. But I can't remember sometimes what I had for dinner. You see what I'm saying? I remember having a dream at 2 years old. I described this to my mother. This is why I know this is possible. I was in a crib in this apartment we lived. It was an attic apartment. It was her and I. My father had split because he was abusive, all that shit. It was just her and I. And we were in this attic apartment on a 3rd floor that had 1 bedroom, a living room, a tiny kitchen, and a little bathroom. That was the whole apartment. And I was in the crib in the corner of her bedroom. And I remember having this dream about waking up in my crib, because I was in a crib. I know what a crib was. You know, I remember the bars and all that, with spiders and snakes and all these little bugs all in that bed. Okay. And I knew it was a dream because when I woke up, they weren't there. I remember them not really being there, but having the dream about it. And I described this to my mom one time, this memory that I had of this dream. And she said, that's not possible. She goes, maybe you had that dream after the fact as you got older or something like that. She goes, but that's not possible. And I said, Mom, I'm telling you, I described the crib, the color of the crib, the blanket on the mattress, the bedroom we were in, how it was positioned. My crib was right in the, when you walk through the door to the left in that corner, and you walk straight forward and it takes you to the attic windows, which were the bedroom windows. Her bed was to the right. There was a nightstand by it and a dresser along that wall with a mirror on it. I described that word for word. She was like, I have no idea how you know that, but it's not possible. And I've described other things to her from way back then too. And I asked my doctor, I said, when do our memories start as children? You know what I mean? And he said, usually there's faint memories from the age of 3 and 4 on is when you start to like.
Usually it's normally 3.
Right.
Statistically, most people can go back to at least 3 years old.
Yeah. I was out of a crib at 2.5 years old. I was sleeping in like a single mattress or something like that. She said single bed after the fire. After the fire, I came out of the crib because it made her paranoid that I was in a crib and whatever. She actually got burnt, and I remember that she has this. I think she still owns it, and if she does, I will get and show you a picture of this. She had this old ass 70s looking green robe, ugly as hell, with these weird patterns on it. On the sleeve, on the right arm, there is a melted burn mark on this thing from that fire. And she kept it for a reason, she told me. And what happened was that she was sleeping in a bed with an electric blanket that I guess it shorted out or something, and that's what caught fire. And I remember seeing smoke in the house and all this, blah, blah, blah. We said everything was good, but still, it just weirds me out that I can think, and you guys started talking about abilities, and not that this is an ability, but it's something that's always weirded me out that I have memories like that I can remember from that far back. You know what I mean? I've told her about times I remember sitting on her bedroom when we lived in the first house when she was still with my father, of sitting on the bed while she's folding clothes. I remember the song that was playing from 1975, I think it was. I remember my biological father, waking me up and telling me we have to go get your mom because her car broke down, and I was a baby in a crib again. And we drove to this store, picked her up where the car broke down, and we went home. I remember being in a car accident with him. All of these things, I was 2 years old. And I just don't understand why that is such a vivid thing in my mind. I can describe every word of it and every detail of it to you right now. And like weird things about like Jesus, I could describe pretty much my whole life to you guys based on memory. There are little things that I've forgotten about, like teenage years and like when I was, elementary school age and stuff like that. But those things are very clear in my mind from way back then, which is very strange to me. I just never did understand that. And again, I'm sorry for rambling. It brought it up.
Just something about that space just stuck with you for some reason.
All of it, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's things I even now I think about, and I'm like, I have to wonder, when was the first time I had that dream? Because I will have the same reoccurring dreams, and I've done it my entire life. It will be almost the same dream each, and I don't know when these events that I've dreamed about happened.
Okay.
I don't know if they're yet to happen. I don't know if they have happened and I don't realize that was what I was dreaming about, because there's one incident that I think is, because it's weird that this one particular dream stopped, and I honestly think I was dreaming about stuff that would happen in today's society, right? And so
Like dreaming forward to the future.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've always been able to.
Right.
I don't like dreams. I stay awake a lot.
Yeah. I get it. I get it.
There's my sleep's usually not super peaceful unless I help it along.
Mine isn't either. I have dreams that cause me to go. I have dreams that cause me to go into panic attacks. Welcome, Kimber, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of things, and I saw Captain Jack's had a lot of questions about, or not a lot of questions, but had some about empaths. You know, premonitions and having the dreams or having visions or seeing things. That's not the same as an empath. That's a really very different thing. And the empaths just feel things on a much deeper level than normal empathy.
Very, very much so. I didn't even think I was an empath, but I've been told by multiple people that I am in some form. So yeah, it's interesting. Can you hear me, Kimber?
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm here.
Are you okay?
I'm here. I'm worn out, man. I'm worn out.
You what?
I'm just tired, you know.
She's wore out.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you clearly. I'm sorry.
We got. I'm telling you, this. Oh,
Everything all right, Kimber?
What I'm saying.
hold on. Let me get my. I fell asleep at work today.
Fell asleep at work?
Yes, I'm so tired.
Are you not sleeping?
Not real good.
Well, I'm sure.
That's all it is. Well, the doctor called my husband, the nurse practitioner from his interventional pulmonologist called this morning to check on him, and she told him that or he told him they called him to check on him, or yesterday morning, because it's Saturday now. Let me get my days straight. And they told him that everything that he's having, all of the symptoms from everything. I'm not going to describe every symptom he's having because, but they told him that all the symptoms that he's having are normal. Just like he was going to go to work yesterday, which was Friday. And because you can't keep him down. And then he had a fever Thursday night, so he couldn't go. Then he had a fever last night. So, but they told him everything that he's having, every symptom that he's having is totally normal. Sometimes he'll get a fever without the chills. I mean, he'll get chills without the fever. He'll go outside and sit. He'll go, it feels good out here. I'm like, it's 103. It's 103 with a heat index. Well, it feels good. I'm like, oh my God, I can't breathe out here. So
that
can.
It actually makes him feel like he's got the flu and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, it's bad. So, and I mean, he can't. Yesterday, he was talking to somebody on the phone, and he goes, he paces when he talks,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, "Oh God, I can't breathe." And I'm like, "Well, then you need to like sit down when you're talking."
Right.
You need to sit down. He goes, "Well, I pace." I'm like, "I know you pace when you talk, so we're gonna have to do something about that." So, they told him that they're seeing this MAC in kids as young as they're seeing it a lot in kids as young as 4. But it's the nurse practitioner. Y'all gonna remember that word because I'm having trouble with words tonight. Salty, help me out here and just remember my words. But they told him that they're seeing it in kids as young as 4. But they told him because of his age and his underlying COPD that it's really got a hold of him. So
how long has he had it? Did they say that?
They don't know. They said this is something that doesn't just come on, it could have been building for years. So we're wondering, he had a spot on his lung last year and they biopsied it, but it doesn't show up in a biopsy. You have to take a culture. So we're wondering if that spot could have been, he had one on his right lung. So we're wondering if that spot could have been, but they wouldn't have done anything because it was just that one spot on his right lung. But this one was on his left lung. And I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean to bore y'all. I just got to get this off my chest.
Not boring me.
But this spot he had the one spot in November, and then he had another scan in July, and then there were the 2 other spots. So that's why she didn't think it was cancer, because it came up so quick. And that's why she did the biopsies. So we're going to go to this infectious disease doctor. And the reason they send them to an infectious disease doctor, and the reason that I stressed the other day that it wasn't TB, it wasn't because, I knew anybody could catch it or anything, but my father had TB when he was younger, and I remember the stigma that he was always so scared that he was under, because he never discussed it, because it's a stigma. That's why I stressed it so hard, because everybody, but it's not, and it's not contagious, because we don't have it. But we go to this doctor, and the reason they're sending him to an infectious disease doctor, as explained to me, is because the infectious disease doctor, he will be on the 3 antibiotics, but he can build up an antibiotic resistance. So that doctor can stay on top of the antibiotics and adjust them accordingly, because he may have to be on this from 12 to 18 months to get this cleared up, because it's an environmental bacterial fungus.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
And he feels like complete and total dog shit.
I'm sure. I mean, it's like a parasite, something that latches onto you and it drains you, and it's going to do that.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm sorry that you're going through that. I really am.
I just want him to feel better, and that's my main thing, that he feels so bad.
Yeah.
I get it. I do. I get it. And let him know, we're all praying for him, and you as well. It's not easy. I get it. I promise
Well,
you.
when I talk to you, he'll be in the background, so I'll tell him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He's running around the back. He's always in the background.
What can we say? He closet true crimes.
He's a lurker. He's a lurker.
Yeah, he's a lurker. He's our lurker. He's our favorite lurker.
He's our lurker. But yeah, he's always lurking. He's always lurking. But I woke up and I was like, damn, what happened? What time is it? No, I put my head on my desk, and because he said he was going to go take a nap. And I said, I'm going to take a nap right here. Girl, I woke up and somebody's on my damn phone.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I was the one when you said you fell asleep at work. I was like, uh-oh.
Well, listen, you gotta, I know you're taking care of him, and I know that's all you care about, but you got to take care of you too, hon. You really do.
Yeah.
You will wear yourself down to nothing, and you're be no good to him if you do that. So you got to take care of yourself too.
Well, I mean, he's up and he's doing stuff, but we had an argument yesterday about mowing the yard, and I said, you ain't mowing the yard.
That ain't gonna happen.
I said, Derek will do it. And he goes, well, he's going to have to do it. And I'm like, you're going to leave him alone and let him mow the yard? What you going to do?
All right, time to quit being so stubborn.
That's it.
Well, he's picky about the yard, too. And he goes,
so is my son, but he can get over it. My son got it. We've talked about that, Kimber, why they wanted to get out there in the heat and mow them lawns, be driving us crazy.
I do the same thing.
I said, you're going to have to let him do it and leave him alone.
Just have him. Listen, I know what his problem probably is, because if he's like me, I don't let nobody cut my grass.
No, he doesn't.
Cut it. You have to cut it one direction 1 week. The next week, you cut the opposite direction. Then you do another one, and it makes the grass grow right, and it looks better that way. And if they don't do it the right way, then it freaks me the hell out. So I get it.
He looked at me in fear in his eyes when I said Derek was going to cut the yard, and he's like,
it's very scary. No. It's a scary thought, because if your yard don't look a certain type of way, what the hell's going to happen next?
Is that kind of like me letting some other woman clean my house? No.
Yeah, I get it. But if I'm that sick, somebody else has got to do it.
Right. If I'm sick, my sister's coming. And I'm gonna let her have at it.
Well, see, when they called this morning, they told us the nurse practitioner told him if he got any sicker, that we needed to go to Skyline Hospital over here in Nashville. And, because that's where his infectious disease doctor is, and that we needed to tell them that he had MAC, and they would know what to do.
Well,
But I told him, I said, I think you'll be fine till Tuesday if you just sit your ass down. I said, if he goes, well, I don't want to feel useless. And I said, I understand that. If you want to help, you can help me do stuff inside the house.
I've
You can
been
help
there
me
too.
clean. You can sit, and that way it's cool. You can sit down and then you can, because he always helps me around the house anyway. I said, but you can sit down and then you can rest and then you can do something. You can sit, rest, do something.
Well,
That way I can monitor your ass.
one thing I'll tell you, if you guys are cleaning or anything, watch him around chemicals and
Oh,
stuff
yeah. Yeah,
because
he can't get
the smells will throw him into respiratory issues
Oh,
right
yeah.
away.
Well, see, I have asthma.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I have to be careful around that.
Yeah, there's
around
certain
friends.
perfumes and body sprays and different
Mhm.
cleaners that I can't be anywhere near because it throws me out bad. So just watch that kind of stuff. Obviously, you know that then.
But he's crazy. He's crazy as hell. I'm like, no, you ain't gonna do this. You ain't gonna do that. No, 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 no.
I told you that we're here if you need to vent, if you need to just to talk about it. We're always here for you, hon. Always.
But he went, like I said, he went out and got the mail the other day, and I'm like, no, it was 103 degrees. He goes, it took me 10 minutes. I'm like, that's a 2-minute walk. That's why
Well,
you don't need to be outside doing that shit.
listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, even without what he's got going on, I went out today. It was stupid humid out here, and I couldn't catch my breath to save my life. I'm telling you right now, when it's bad like that, nobody, if you got any kind of respiratory issues, please don't go outside. It will definitely throw you into respiratory distress immediately. I had an inhaler in hand and everything. That's how hot and how humid it was. It was driving me nuts. So yeah, this heat, I can't wait till this heat goes. I'm sick of it already. For those of you guys that are down south in places like Florida, Tennessee, and all that, please be careful because it's way worse down there.
Actually, even with his lung issues, he lived in Ohio, so he doesn't mind the heat. He'd rather it be 103. He'd rather it
I
be
know.
91 with 103-degree heat index
Yeah,
than he had it be cold.
Anybody that's been here that don't live here no more, that's why they don't live here no more because they don't like it. So I get that 100%.
He does not like it. But I told him, I said, once you get on this medicine, if this is an underlying issue and it's helping cause the COPD, you might feel like a new man.
Well, I was going to ask you, that could have been something that's been going on for how long now? And once he gets through this, that even if he has to go for a year, those months are going to go by. He ain't going to pay that no attention. He won't even realize it. And it'll bring him back to where he should be anyway. So in a weird way, it may be a good thing that it happened. You know what I mean? To understand what the hell's going on. Period.
Well,
So
I asked him if he had been having any anxiety, and he goes, well, when I can't breathe. And I said, I understand that because I get anxiety. I said, I have asthma. I said, when I can't breathe, I get anxiety too. So I completely understand that. But he has more bouts of not being able to breathe than I do.
You guys have air in your home and all that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep that cool for real. Takes at least something that takes the humidity out of the house. I don't know how anybody lives in Texas, or hell, I call it hell, because I don't know how anybody can live in Texas in the summertime at all, period. So that's too hot for me, Glitter. Way too hot. Well, I mean, like I said, yeah, you got to keep yourself right too, though. Remember that, okay?
Oh, yeah, I'll be all right. It's just right now, it's just, it's all new. And I've been up researching, because I'm like, what the hell is this?
Right. It's one of them things that you don't hear about unless you hear about. You know what I mean?
Exactly, because I've never heard of it. I'm like, what is this? What the hell?
I had to look at it. When I looked at it, I then remembered it from something else that I had looked at one point in time when Angie got sick with her cancer, my friend Angie, because it affected her lungs. So we did a whole bunch of research, and that was one of the things that popped up in the research, and then it clicked. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this shit. But it's not a common thing that people get every day all over the place. So
no, I had never heard of it.
Right.
When he said that, I was like, what is
the one thing about it that I think is the best thing about it, if you have to get it, it's very treatable, and you can come out of, it's almost like going through like when people have CHF, okay, congestive heart failure.
Uh-huh.
They have congestive heart failure, but they have bouts where they go into congestive
Right.
heart failure, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Exactly.
they treat that medically, and then you come back and you're okay from it. It's kind of the same type scenario. He's going to have this stuff, but he can treat it and keep it not as bad, and he won't have the attacks and stuff like that. And you're right, it could have been something that brought on the COPD issues, made it worse.
Because they say it can brew for years.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we all carry something like, but it's not, it's environmental. We all breathe it every day. Some of us just don't. Some people just don't get it.
I'd be curious to know where he may have picked it up from. That's crazy.
You can pick it up. I'll find that out Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm gonna ask the doctor, where could he have gotten?
Yeah, there's a multitude of different places it gave in the description of it.
Water, soil.
Water sources, soil, things like that. And I'll be damned. You freak out, then you're like, is it in my water supply? What do? I can't stop drinking water and this, and you know what I mean? Because we use water for everything.
Well, we drink bottled water. Because I buy that carbonated, fizzy, flavored water from Walmart.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So, and the only time he drinks bottled water is, water from the tap. He drinks that with his Benefiber because he tried to mix his Benefiber with his fuzzy water. With his fizzy water, and it clumped up on me.
See, they were worried about. Do you remember when the train?
It clumped up on him, Salty. He tried to mix it with his fizzy water, and he goes, "Oh my gosh, it clumped up."
Fizzy water and butt plugs.
Fizzy fiber. You call it fizzy fiber.
Fizzy fiber.
Do you guys remember when the train derailed in East Palestine here in Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. When that happened, there was a really bad chemical that got up in the air, right? And
y'all were on a bowl of water, weren't you?
Yeah.
I
Well,
hope so.
if you had if your water table was above, you were okay. Mine was, thank to God. But they checked all our wells. But if you were on that level with them, the boiling it wasn't even good enough for you.
Yeah.
Right. So I was literally 32 miles from that, okay? And it mushroom clouded. And they were like, oh, if you're outside the 5 mile range, you're going to be fine. You're so full of shit. It was all around us, guys. We're not stupid, okay? And it's still dangerous, okay? That whole area there. But what it was doing is they're saying that it may bring on these lung issues like what he has and stuff like that because of I can't think of what the damn name the chemical was. And it's got a lot of people nervous because it can affect you later on as compared to it did affect people immediately. Like a whole bunch of people. They don't put this on the news though, you guys, but we did find out through other sources. Quite a few people died from that. Okay. Like shortly thereafter. And they're just saying it was natural causes, old age. A lot of people have ended up with cancer and other things. And it's like, Jesus Christ. So they should have shut that town down, done, end of story. And they did that on purpose when they blew that on purpose to put that fire out. They said that didn't have to be. There was other things that could have been done. So anyway, those are the politics of it. I'm just saying that it's going to cause things like this down the road for people.
Yeah. So if anybody if anything ever happens and they tell you your water supply is safe, if anything ever happens, and I go, oh, you're safe if you're outside. Don't listen to them. But nothing's ever happened here. But yeah, and your water supply is never fully safe anyway.
Well, here's the thing: is if you have a well, that means your water's coming out of the ground. Okay, whatever's going into the ground is in your water. I don't care what anybody says, and you have runoff that goes into these wells as well. Wells as well. Yeah.
Wells as well.
Yes. Wells as well. As well.
Wells as well.
Yeah.
Wells
So
all as well as well.
All well with your fizzy water.
I don't truly trust my well still.
We totally derailed him. Sorry, Dago.
I'm sorry, Dago. I didn't mean to get up here and derail. And
No,
somebody will.
I'm just tired.
And
It's not your fault.
well, somebody
Yeah.
will post. Somebody will post something nasty on this. Somebody will comment something nasty tomorrow because I got up here and derailed and took it over. Somebody will put a nasty comment tomorrow.
Oh my! I just ignore that shit. I don't even pay no attention.
It's okay. We'll
It's
add it to
okay.
the
I'm a
nasty comment section.
It's okay.
I do not care what people think about that kind of stuff. I
We'll
really
just add it.
You know, the great thing is I'm a mod. I can delete the nasty comment.
Nah, leave it. Fuck them.
I've seen a couple of them, and I won't even respond to them because it ain't worth it to me.
Depends on my mood. Sometimes, most of the time, I just laugh. Oh man, it was epic earlier. Look, Dago, I accidentally, well, no, I got a notification. I was like, huh, I'll bite. I've not watched these people in a while. So I go on over there as I was bored for a minute. And Drunk Turkey had somebody on panel that I do like. But he
Yeah.
also had Jeff H on there, and he had damn Swamp Rose on there, and he had
oh Lord,
Twizzle came up there. Oh my god, it was epic.
that had to have been interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
It was
'Cause I like
epic. You have to. I laughed. I laughed for the longest time. It was just funny to it. I mean,
Did they argue the whole time?
Um, Daniel handled it very well, and I even laughed at him several times. And you know my feelings there.
Yeah,
But
because
I even wrote in the comments, Twizzle, why are you so standoffish? You know, but he was like, no, 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 you know, everything. And we were like, and we were all just, it was fun. It was, they
Yeah,
handled each
Twiz,
other well, you know what I mean? And
right?
then he
Twiz,
calmed down but he's very adamant in his beliefs.
yes,
So
he is.
I
That's
respect
what I was
it.
gonna say. And that's what I said. He absolutely feels one way, and that's how he is. And
Oh,
Daniel
yeah.
is the opposite of what he believes. So
They just feel very, very differently.
yeah, yeah. And me and Daniel had a long time ago when Idaho first hit, and we had our feelings on things. We kind of had, it wasn't a debate, I guess we'll say. It was just a conversation about how we both felt about it.
I
And
know. You was on his panel.
yes, yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, and he would ask me, well, why do you think this? And I'd say, well, why do you think that? You know what I mean? And we'd go back and forth, but we were respectful of each
Well,
other.
that's why he brings people on like that. He knew before he brought Twizzle up what was fixing to happen.
Oh God, yes.
Poor Twiz.
Absolutely. And I'm
Poor
surprised
Twiz.
that Twiz did it, because he doesn't deal with that
Oh,
very
he
well.
telling Daniel, you already know the answer to this. And I was like,
Yep.
damn, Twizzle.
That's how he
He's
feels about it.
Dustbusters.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, you have
Poor
to check
Twiz.
it out if you get bored and want to laugh at something.
I definitely will. But it is 2:29 a.m., folks. And
Yeah.
I
It's
think
been a long damn day, hasn't it?
it has for me, for sure, because like I said, it was my mother-in-law's birthday, so we had to do a lot of different things she wanted to do, and one of them deals. And I did. That's no problem. And so it burnt me out, because I'm not one of them people that likes to go store to store to store to store to store to store and window shop at everything and look at this and talk about that. And then her grandson, my son, decided he was taking us all to dinner, which was nice. I'm very grateful for that. We didn't have to pay a damn dime. He covered everybody's dinner that night. I had to say I was proud of that, because when you have a child that steps up and they'll cover a dinner for 6 people at Texas Roadhouse, that's not very cheap. So he did his thing there. I felt very proud of that. So
Oh, yeah.
when you see your kids doing things that you've done for them their whole lives, and they're stepping up and they're doing that kind of thing, it makes you feel good. So that was nice. Plus I got to go to Texas Roadhouse, and I never get to go there. So
check for cameras.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm burnout though. But yes, and my oldest son, Miss Barber, is he turned 30 today, by the way. So yeah. Today's his birthday too. I know a lot of people his birthday today. So I will be here during the day tomorrow. That's why I couldn't be here today, because of that stuff. But I definitely will be back during the day to do what we do. I hope you guys enjoyed some of this. I think poor Andy probably went to sleep. I feel bad.
I'm here.
Oh shit! You just scared the shit out of me.
Did you thought she was asleep?
I thought she was out. I did. She was so quiet. Dago or Ray says, Dago, I grew up right below Santa Susana plant in the San Fernando Valley, and many have died from. Yeah, I've heard those stories. I'm gonna do a story on something coming up. I kind of wanted your guys' input, the three of you actually. It's kind of funny that you're all here right now. If you know this story, Andy, you might not because you're a little bit younger than we are, but the other two, you might remember this. They made it into a movie, and it was a book too, and it was a really crazy case. The movie was called Silkwood.
Silkwood.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so you remember the whole case and the whole story behind that, right?
Yep. You see the movie?
Yes. Great movie. Was it Glenn Close or was it Jessica Lange?
Cher.
Was it Cher?
Yep.
I thought there was another actress in there with her though.
I think Glenn Close was in it. I think
she might have been in it. It might have been Glenn Close, but
okay, it was one. I knew Cher was in it. She was her friend. I remember that, and I always had to thank for Cher, so of course I watched it. Anyway, that story behind that movie, I really wanted to cover that actual story just to let people know about the scenario because it was really interesting to me. So that may be something I do on one of the late night shows.
That was a big cover up that they tried to
big time.
I mean, damn.
It was crazy too because of all the people that passed away and all the problems that they had down the road. It's kind of reminds you of the Aaron Brockovich scenario. Yes, Butterfly. For sure. But yeah, that's something I might be doing.
It was just where it
Meryl Streep, that's who it was.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The Silkwood was just so different because it was an actual incident at a plant, that could have been prevented, and then the failures that occurred and what happened to the people that were there. So and it was a very dangerous thing, and it actually helped set precedents moving forward in our country with the way we conducted business within these plants and the safety protocols in place now as to compared the lack of back then. And when you live in a tiny town, America, and you live next to a nuclear power plant, you want to make sure every freaking safety precaution that known to man is in place. And I hope y'all coming up with new ones.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And you guys, for those of you that remember or know what I'm talking about, remember what happened to her at the end of that film or that movie or that story, whatever. That's why I want to cover it because it's pretty wild stuff. And it's old, but still,
Karma, it's Silkwood.
As a child, I used to deal with sirens going up because of an incident at the plant. Oh yeah. Yeah. Where was that happened at? Does anybody remember exactly the area?
I can't remember where it was at. For some reason, Michigan just popped into my head, but I don't know why.
That's what I thought too was Michigan, but I don't think that's it.
I have no clue why that popped into my head. The last incident we had around here was, I think it was I think it was like 6-7 years ago. We have a plant here. It's a paper mill plant. It's been here forever and ever. They have been in trouble in the past for water, runoff into the water systems, and that was in the 70s. But they had a thing happen there, and this something exploded. Right, it was like a silo thing.
Yeah.
So when this happened, though, everybody in that area for miles, this stuff went into the air, and when it landed everywhere, it went all over your cars, your houses, everything it hit was damaged, right? And then they were like coming through the neighborhoods. Well, this was not this, and this was that. And and the news crew is there filming the car. We see this stuff all over it, but they're being told by the plant, no, that's not us. Like, yes, it is. It's the same thing. Literally, this on the cars at the parking lot of your plant. How could this not be the same? They're like, it didn't reach that far or whatever. You know what I mean? Trying to cover their own tails.
Right.
That's not acceptable.
No, no, not at all. I think it was Oklahoma. Now that I think of it,
It
Oklahoma.
might have been. I couldn't tell you.
I think it was. Oh, you live near a nuclear power plant. That's crazy, Ray. We had. You guys ever heard of 3 Mile Island?
Yeah.
New York.
Yeah, yeah, that was another story too. Crazy thing.
3 Mile Island was crazy.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And they're the
But yeah,
reasons that those Silkwood and 3 Mile Island are the reason there's a lot of things in place right now to
oh
make
yeah.
sure that never happens again.
Well, and that's
Chernobyl was crazy, but that was in the Ukraine.
that was. I watched a documentary on that, and they went back so many years after that happened. That scares the shit out of me. Anybody that was near that scares the hell out of me. I'm telling you.
Well, you remember when the war started in Ukraine with Russia?
Yeah.
And we were talking about the tanks going around where Chernobyl was.
Yes.
They said that they had to be. They said when that war was going on that they were afraid that they were going to release some of that radiation that was still on the ground.
Yeah, right. I remember that. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. Well, this is, and that the sad thing is this is the world we live in, and we're surrounded by these things, and there's always that could be, could happen type thing. Thank you, Crescent, Oklahoma. I knew I was right. Okay, thank you, Paula. So yeah, it's crazy stuff, you guys. Very crazy stuff. But yeah, Salty's right. A lot of things, a lot of new things were put into place because of those situations to protect, because they didn't know per se what the deal was going to be until it happened, sadly. So the Chernobyl thing, I just watched the movie that was about how that happened, and that was due to someone's carelessness.
Yeah.
He knew what he was told what was going to happen. He ignored it because he was too proud, and so there it is. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's crazy though. You can go. Well, they went back, right? You can literally. There's like little plants that'll grow now.
Now, yeah, it's been
There's like, yeah. I mean, it wasn't going to happen overnight, but yes. And this was like the last time I actually watched anything on it. It's probably been 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Really. But I remember watching that about how because I didn't know what it was going to be like
exactly
in the future after what happened there. But to go back and look now and to see that there is, it's like, well, damn, it should have took long enough, but you don't want to go. That's crazy.
There's still, even now, there's certain places that you still can't go.
Yeah.
It's still such severe radiation, like poisoning you can get from that. And it's like, Jesus Christ, it's been almost 30 years or about 30 years. What
it makes you wonder how come certain things can grow. What's going on with that?
Exactly. Some weird shit. So once again,
it's like, what is going on with that? I don't know.
It's a good
Well, that's what I was talking about with those tanks. When that war started, they were talking about, the rumbling of those tanks, and when those tanks got close to where that happened,
dislodge the ground and
dislodge the
release
radiation
it
from the ground because it's still there.
Yeah. Right.
After all these years, that is still there.
Well, they said that it would take, God, how many years did they say before it would be completely gone to where there's nothing left? It was something like 150 years or more or something like that. But
I forgot how long they predicted, but it
was a long ass time that we'll never see it. But yeah, it's a bad scenario.
I wouldn't eat no apple that came from no tree come around that plant. Here, have an apple.
Come on, you taste it. You Adam and Eve type person.
No, nothing. No fish.
I
no
bet you eat that apple.
Here, let's give it to Mikey. Mikey will eat anything.
Yeah. And then he'll grow an arm out of his forehead. Yeah. I'm good.
I'm gonna go say goodnight, guys. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired.
All right, you too. And I thank you for joining me, Salty and Andy. And I enjoyed the show tonight, Andy. Thank you. You did a great job as always. Everybody in chat, thank you for jumping up, Kimber.
You're welcome. Sorry I missed it. I was just
no, you're fine. you got a lot of other things you need to be worried about besides me. So I appreciate you even jumping up here. So,
But
and again,
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
absolutely. If you need
Good
us, you know
night.
where we're at. Have a good night.
Night, guys.
Good night, guys.
And like I said, good night, hon. Andy, great job, great stuff. I really enjoyed it, and I appreciate it very much. I hope everybody in chat got something out of it. I hope you enjoyed it. It was more exciting having the conversation beforehand about what is coming in the future and how we're going to do all that. That's awesome. And I appreciate everything that Molly and Andy do and everybody else that does this too. So thank you guys for that. Andy, I guess I will see you or talk to you tomorrow sometime, I'm sure.
Yep.
I hope you get some sleep. I'm sorry for keeping you up so late.
I've got insomnia. I don't sleep.
Wow, still. Everybody else in chat, guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Please do me a favor if you have not yet done it. Please hit that like button. And guys, please make sure that you don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you guys are so very amazing. And it was, by the way, it was great to talk to you tonight, Ray, for the first time. I appreciate you guys that called in. Miss Barbara, you as well. And Miss Barbara, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. I hope it's better than your day was. And I hope you have happy birthday to you once again. And thank you for being part of this community, this family. Same goes to you, Ray. Thanks for you being part of this community and calling in. Everybody else, much love to all of you guys. I hope you have a great night. I will see you tomorrow. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye.